in the courthouse where time stood still. Generations pass on the hill, prosecutors come and go, defense attorneys putting on a show. Old district attorney thought she was tight, paying men to visit her tonight. They said justice was blinded by her sins. As the trial spun, no one wins. Endless trial like a river flows. Truth and lies, nobody knows. Corruption's grip tight as a vice. In this endless trial we pay the price.
Sake. Am I still muted? Hello, hello. Still muted? It's my damn microphone. It keeps the cable. There's something wrong with my cable. All right, let's try this again. Hello. Yeah. Hello, folks, and welcome to day 159. Day 159. We are down to, according to what I've seen, the last 22 of the prosecution's witnesses. One person that isn't going to testify seems to be what's his face again? Duke will not testify, at least not now. Still, it is open for rebuttal case, I assume, or I don't know. But apparently, Duke is not on, and who else isn't on? Yeah. The possibility is that Unfunk still will be testifying. Not sure. Because who knows with this prosecution? But so far, it seems like 22. We are on. It's Tuesday today. So say 5 witnesses per day. That is 20 witnesses. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So they might actually be, unless one of their witnesses takes a lot of time, they might actually be done this week. And but who knows? If Miss Love believes she can gain something from it, she will take a 3-hour witness and have 3 days. She's done it before. But as of now, it seems like we actually are on the final week of the state's case in chief. After that, it will be motions and stuff from the defense. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Did you have a good time outside? Yeah. And so defense case in chief will probably not, if they are done by Friday, the state, I don't think this defense will be going until Tuesday at the earliest. Yay. Yes, folks, Mr. Jingles is here. Mr. Jingles, our fearless leader of the Mr. Jingles Viking Thug Gang. We are not a criminal enterprise. Boop, boop. We are not a criminal enterprise. We don't take responsibilities for each other's actions or words. We are just a friendly bunch of people, all under the guidance of Mr. Jingles. Oh, hello, 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 hello. Aren't you cuddly? What have you done? What have you brought in? A deer? A raccoon? What do I have to expect since you're so cuddly? Now, day 159. Yeah. Let's just get it going, shan't we?
Suggested limiting instruction for when Mr. Kendrick's plea comes in, and also covering Mr. Stillwell's pleas that already got admitted. Ms. Sharp, I guess, did y'all, that's what y'all are both jointly proposing?
Yes, I wanted clarity. My understanding is what Your Honor said last week was, obviously we had the same issue with Mr. Winfrey's plea and Mr. Nichols' pleas. My understanding from the discussions last week is that Your Honor was going to, I don't know what the term would be, but unadmit those convictions.
No.
Okay.
Because those were still, I think, overt acts, right? Are they or not? Yeah. The whatever Mr. Nichols pled to and what Mr. Arnold Winfrey.
Yeah, but it is a hiccup in those pleas, aren't there? So this part, what we are about to listen to, this is really interesting because it seems like Judge Whittaker finally has to face the facts that some of Judge Glanville's decisions probably were reversible errors, meaning automatic reversal on appeal. Let's see how it goes.
Well, Winfrey's was an Alford plea.
Right, but the issue isn't the act or evidence of the acts.
Yeah.
The issue is non-testifying witnesses saying, yes, I did it. Which is what we expressed way back when they were admitted. It's a confrontation clause issue.
Yeah, it definitely is. Right, I remember being surprised that a limiter was not given at the time by the predecessor judge. Right. Was there any instruction on Winfrey's?
I cannot recall. Our stance is that the plea itself should not even be in evidence. And not even a limiting instruction wouldn't even be the issue. It just shouldn't be in. And same with Nichols. Same with Mr. Nichols. Although
now that they are not.
Mr. Winfrey never was sitting with us. So that our stance is that should have never been. But Mr. Nichols
he has come in though to sort of explain some of his testimony.
No, he never testified. We were arguing that it was a controversial day because from our vantage point, the state was trying to suggest that Mr. Winfrey took a plea because of promises of a car or different things. But Mr. Steele at the time was rightfully pointing out that plea was not, the Supreme Court later found that plea was not voluntarily given.
Right. Didn't that come into evidence though?
No, we were not allowed to get into that at all.
Yeah. Judge Whittaker, as you might know, because I've said so on numerous occasions, she is on the short list to the Supreme Court. If there is an opening, she wants it. Now when she she actually learns, oh, that plea was reversed by the Georgia Supreme Court. Oh, that makes it different. That makes a difference. Because if they said something and she wants on there, she kind of needs to follow their rulings.
The fact that
The fact that it had been reversed and that he then entered an Alfred plea instead of a guilty plea, right? That came in. That information came in, right?
The information that he had to take the plea a second time came in. I don't think the reasoning came in, but the fact that he had to take the plea, I want to be clear, I don't know if the underlying reason came in, but the fact that he had to take another plea about a month or so later.
Which didn't, I mean, that didn't help a lot for us
No.
because we wanted to get into the reasoning. But the bottom line is the plea, whether it was voluntary or involuntary at this point, it's still statements by Jimmy Winfrey, and he never took the stand. So,
All right, you know what? I may need to just review that trial testimony.
who was on the stand? Okay.
Remember, Judge Whittaker said that she would not go back on Judge Glanville's decisions. Well, she might have to. She might have to. And she's opening the door to, well, I need to check the stuff.
Look at it. We've got a rough of it, so I'm going to take a look at it again right now.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Skipping ahead.
Yes.
Skipping ahead.
Plea about the certified of Winfrey's plea redacted somehow. And Mr. Steele says, I know it's just going in and not going to be discussed, but at some point, and then the court says, well, yeah, I don't think it's going to go back with the jury anyway, and it's going to be redacted. Is there anything else I need to cover about it? I mean, so did it not get introduced in front of the jury and anybody say what it was? I mean, I hadn't read through the whole thing, but.
It did. The defense did not acquiesce to this, but there was a kind of a standard operating procedure where things were being admitted and we discuss whether it goes back with the jury and things like that later on.
Yeah.
And so that is kind of the back and forth that occurred, but it was admitted in front of the jury.
Do they know what it was? Or was it just, here's exhibit number
I
350?
I defer to the transcript, but I'm pretty sure there was a discussion that Jimmy Winfrey pled guilty to, or pled whatever he pled to the charges.
As I said, when this was actually happening under Judge Glanville's watch, if a plea deal is reversed by the Georgia Supreme Court, it legally does not exist anymore. Judge Glanville still allowed testimony in about it and then let the Alford plea in. It was horrendous to see, absolutely horrendous to see. And in my opinion, it is a reversible error. And if Judge Whittaker doesn't apply her judgment to it, things might go south during appeal. Now, yes, I know 4 people have taken plea deals, and it's not certain that even that will be considered reversible, a reversible error. But Judge Whittaker, she really don't want, now when she has taken over this faster clock of a trial and is on the short list of the Supreme Court, she really don't need a reversal on her docket. She really doesn't need one. And I know you.
Okay, so
I know most people don't like to hear this, but please thumbs up. The amount of likes I get on the stream, YouTube sees as, okay, people are engaging. Let's bring it out to more people. That's the sad truth of this. And even though I'm not a fan of it, it does work that way. It does work that way. So please, if you wouldn't mind, hit a thumbs up. Thank you.
this isn't the entirety of the transcript, but then it jumps to some questioning by Ms. Hilton of a witness. I don't know who. Oh, yes. As it relates to this case, do you know if Jimmy Winfrey ever took a plea? Yes, he did. All right, we have all the jurors now. Okay, I'll continue to look at it over lunch or break. We're not going to need this limiter this morning, right?
Absolutely. So she's going to look into it more.
Okay, great.
Going to look
All right,
into
let's
it
get
more.
the next witness, get the jury out. Thank you.
Yeah, let's get the jurors out. And this is a former CSI. Let's get a banner up here.
Thank you. All right, y'all have your next witness on the stand. Sergeant Ingram, would you swear that witness for us? Can you stand up till you get sworn, please? All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Hollis Brown, Hollis Brown, Brown.
And good morning, Ms. Brown. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. Where are you currently employed?
Atlanta Police Department, Crime Scene Unit.
If you could speak up.
Atlanta Police Department, Crime Scene Unit,
And how long have you been with the crime scene unit at Atlanta Police Department?
5 years.
And has your entire career with APD been as a crime scene tech?
Yes, ma'am.
Currently, what shift do you work?
I'm currently on day watch
And what time is that?
from 7
Oh,
a.m.
she's
to
not a
3 p.m.
former. She's a current.
When did you start on day watch?
July.
Prior to serving on day watch, what?
Now, her testimony, nothing spectacular. But wait until cross-examination. This will blow your lids.
Shifted you where you were assigned?
I was on morning watch,
And what time is morning watch?
11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And how long were you on morning watch?
I was on morning watch for 4 years.
And taking you to March 2022, were you working morning shift back in March of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to two separate locations that you responded to in March of 2022. First, I want to direct your attention to March 11th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to I-7585 northbound and Fair Drive?
Yes.
And why did you respond to that location?
I was called to that scene for a homicide.
And I'm going to ask you today, do you remember the APD case number associated with that location?
No, ma'am.
Did you do a report in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Will looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory as to the location, the APD case number?
I'm sorry.
Would taking a look at your police report help refresh your memory as to the APD case number?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Approach. I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as 4BBA. Is that your police report?
Yes.
And does that help refresh your memory as to the APD case number associated with that police report?
Yes.
What is the APD case number?
2207-00312. Yes,
Why did you respond to that location?
I responded to that location for a homicide.
And about what time did you arrive at that location?
Approximately around 5.
Is that 5 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you requested to go to that location?
There was a vehicle on the expressway with a passenger who was deceased and another male had been transported.
What did you find when you got there?
I found a grayish looking vehicle with defects all around the driver's side, the rear, and the passenger side, with a deceased male sitting in the passenger seat, front passenger seat.
Did you see any of the shell casings?
Yes, they were on the expressway.
With the car, was there anything sitting on top of or around the car?
There was a handgun sitting on the roof of the vehicle,
On what side of the vehicle?
the driver's side.
And you said there was a passenger still seated in the car. Were they alive or deceased?
They were deceased.
Did you find any weapons on that individual?
He had a handgun in his waistline area.
Did you make notice that she doesn't name these victims? Isn't that strange?
Now, you talked about shell casings. How far did the shell casings span on that highway?
I don't really remember too much, but I know they were before we hit the vehicle.
When you say before you hit the vehicle, what do you mean?
So they started a little bit further back, going towards where the vehicle was at.
And did you take pictures of the scene as you found it?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to review some of those photographs that you took on March 11, 2022?
yes,
Okay, in front of you, you had the opportunity to look at excuse me, State's Exhibit 4 VV through '63 VV.
yes,
And did you look at those previously when you were before coming into court?
yes,
And do those appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of some of the images that you took back on March 11, 2022?
yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 4 VV through 63 VV into evidence.
Those are admitted.
How many shell casings did you recover?
I don't recall.
We're looking at a copy of your police report. Help refresh your memory.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you've read it and your memory's been refreshed, just look up and let me know.
Okay,
Okay. How many shell casings did you recover?
it was 31.
And when you recovered those shell casings, how did you package the shell casings when you recovered them?
Individually in a little coin pouch.
And what did you do with the shell casings once you recovered them and packaged them in the coin pouch?
I took them back to our annex and processed them for latent prints.
And after processing for latent prints, what did you do with those shell casings?
I placed them back in an individual coin bag, labeled them, and then sent them off to our crime lab.
What caliber shell casings were they?
9mm.
Now I'm going to publish first, starting with State's Exhibit 4 DV. And it should come up on your screen as well. And now also looking at 6 VV. Now I want to go to 6 VV. And then 7 VV. Is this the vehicle in which you found on the highway when you arrived at the location?
Yes.
Turn into 10 VV, 11 VV, and 12 VV. What were you depicting in those three pictures?
The defects in the vehicle.
Now looking at 14 VV. And let me go and ask, for 10, 11, and 12, what side of the vehicle were those defects on?
The driver's side.
Now looking at 14 VV and 15 VV. What were you taking pictures of in those two pictures?
The defects in the vehicle and the damage to the window.
And what side of the vehicle is that?
Passenger side.
And is that where you found the male that you discussed earlier?
Yes.
And the driver, was the driver present when you arrived on scene?
No.
Do you know where the driver went?
I was told he had been transported.
Transport to the hospital?
Yes.
Now, starting at 19 VV, I'm going to ask you to look at the packet that's in front of you.
Yeah, I'm a bit snarky in my coverage. I'm a bit snarky overall. So yeah, 4 days without a mistrial is like Home Depot going without an accident. Yep. Oh. And yes, Miss Weaver is is acting as the court reporter thingy. Hello, Miss Weaver. Good to have you here. I hope you are let loose from Judge Glanville.
Through 51 VV, what is in 19 VV through 51 VV?
There are photos of my casings.
Okay. And are those the individual photos of the shell casing that you collected?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to go to 53 VV. 54 VV. 55 VV. 56 VV. 57 VV. 58 VV. 59 VV. 60 VV. 61 VV. 62 VV. And 63 VV. Were those all the shell casings that you collected in this case?
Yes.
And looking at starting from 53 VV to 63 VV, was that the stretch of where all of the shell casings were on the highway?
Yes.
And did the shell casing start from the rear of the vehicle where you found it all the way up towards the front of the vehicle?
Yes.
And did it go past the front of the vehicle?
Yes.
And were all the shell casings that you recovered on that scene 9mm?
Yes.
After collecting and processing the shell casings, once you went back to headquarters and after you took your pictures, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to direct your attention to March 16th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to 2830 Waters Road in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
And was that about 5 days after the incident that we just looked at?
Yes.
And do you remember that APD case number?
No, ma'am.
Did you do a report in that case?
Yes, ma'am.
Will looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory as to the case number, APD case number?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach again, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as 248 VBA. Do you recognize 248 VBA?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 248 VBA?
It's my report with my name on it.
And what is the APD? Does that help refresh your memory as to the APD case number associated with this case?
Yes.
What is the APD case number?
2207-50015.
And that date was 3/16/2022?
Yes.
And what time did you respond to that location?
Around 2:30.
Is that in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the March 11th incident, did you say that you responded about 5 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you respond to that location?
I was called to this location for a shots fired call.
And what was the weather conditions like when you responded to that location?
It was raining a lot.
You said it was.
It was raining a lot.
And does rain affect how you process a scene?
Yes, it can.
How?
It can distort my photos a little bit. It can also be hard to find certain pieces of evidence.
And when you say certain piece of evidence, what type of evidence might be more challenging to find when it's raining outside?
Casings, anything involving glass, blood.
Still, she hasn't named any names.
What did you observe when you first responded to that scene?
When I arrived, I noticed there were shell casings laying in the grass area by the fence
This,
in
okay,
front of the.
this is CSI Brown, and she's talking about a murder scene. Suspiciously, the prosecution doesn't talk about which murder scene it is. Isn't that strange? No names, no nothing. Just let her in, talk about this murder scene.
Fence, there was a little street. There was casings located in the street as well. There was defects in vehicles to the next door, the house next door. There were defects also in the fence and the vehicle in front of the house.
Did you take pictures when you arrived to this location?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to review those photographs before your testimony here today?
yes.
Permission to approach your honor? I'm going to first show you 248 BB through 271 BB. Are these images that you saw prior to your coming into court today?
Yes,
And then I'm going to show you next 272 BB through 308 BB. Are those also items or pictures that you saw prior to your testimony today?
yes,
And then the last term out of these 309 BB through 315 BB. Had you had the opportunity to review those photos prior to your testimony here today?
yes,
Do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the pictures that you took on March 16, 2022?
yes,
You're at this time, the state would like to tender 6 exhibit 248 VV to 315 VV into evidence. And permission to publish. First, starting with 248 VV. And is that the mailbox located in front of the location?
yes.
And what is the address on the mailbox?
2830.
And within, is that Waters Road?
Yes,
All right. Now looking at 249 VV. What is depicted in 249 VV?
that's where the scene occurred.
And looking at 249 VV, do you see the gate that's in front of the location?
Yes,
Are there any defects in that gate in front of the location?
yes.
Where on the gate are the defects?
They're going to be in between the trash cans.
And for the record, is that the blue Atlanta recycling trash can and the green trash can?
Yes,
And is that also where the hand is indicating on the picture?
yes.
Now looking at 252 BV. What is contained in 252 BV?
That is a vehicle parked in front of the residence.
And there's some other kind of spots on the image. Is that from the raindrops?
Yes,
All right. Looking at 253, 254, and 255 BV, is that the same vehicle that we just looked at previously?
yes.
Now, looking at 255 BV, what, if anything, were you depicting in 255 BV?
The defect in the vehicle.
And if we can scroll in, is that the defect that you're referring to?
Yes.
Do you recall sitting here now, what side of the vehicle that defect is on?
From this photo, it looks like the passenger side,
Okay.
rear passenger window.
Now looking at 257 VV. What is being depicted in 257 VV?
The driver's side of the vehicle with defects.
And I'm going to show you, where are the two defects, excuse me, or not two, where are the defects that you see?
The driver's side window.
Are there any other defects on the driver's side of the car?
I don't see, well, there's one right here below the side view mirror, a little bit further down where the mouse is.
Is that where the hand is?
Yes,
And if we can pull the photo towards the left. Are there any other defects?
I can't see from this photo, so no.
Turning, if you can look behind you, are there any defects on the back window?
It looks like it may be a defect. I can't really tell between the raindrops.
Okay. Now looking at 258 VV. Is that a close-up of the defect that we saw on the front the front driver's side window?
Yes,
All right. 259 VV. Is that a defect on the rear driver's side above the rear tire?
yes,
260 VV. Is that a close-up of the defect that was on the front driver's side of the vehicle?
yes.
Now looking at 261 VV. Where's this area of the home?
This is on the right side of the residence.
And this is on the front porch of the residence?
Yes,
All right. Looking at 262 and 263 VV. What were you depicting in 262 and 263 VV?
the defect in the burglar bar and also the window.
Now looking at 264 VV and 265 VV.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay.
What were you depicting
this
at
we can
265 VV?
skip ahead of because it's just pictures
Here's two.
and casings and casings and evidence. And Miss Hilton still haven't told anybody about
Two.
what
two
murder
threes,
scene this is.
840s.
Further testing.
Yes.
Cross.
And now cross-examination. Now we might find out what murder scene this actually is.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Crime scene hit Brown. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay. Let me just ask you about the March 11th scene that you worked on first. Okay.
That's the one from the expressway, correct?
The expressway. Now, did you write a report regarding that case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have that report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you need to refer to the report, just let me know if you need to refresh your recollection, okay?
Okay.
All right. March 11th on the expressway, we saw the pictures. Looked like a Kia Stinger on the right lane of the expressway.
Yes.
Okay, and the car had numerous bullet holes in it. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who were the victims in that case?
For my report, I only have one listed, and that was the driver,
And the driver, what was the driver's name?
Christian McMiller.
Okay.
Christian McMiller. But that's Shannon's friend. That's Shannon's friend. Yes, folks, this is the murder scene of Shannon's friends. That somebody else, not Shannon, not Jack Gotti, not any of the defendants was involved with. This is the murder scene of Shannon's friends. That is why the prosecution did not tell the names. This is so sneaky and bad sneaky. Bringing this CSI here testifying about a horrendous crime scene when it was a crime that was committed against Shannon and his friends. She is trying to blow hot smoke in the face of the jurors. I don't know. Did she think that Max wouldn't bring this up? That this was a crime against the defendants, not perpetrated by the defendants. Did you really think that not mentioning the victims' names, she would get away with it, making the jury believe this is a crime scene that the defendants are responsible for? This is so disrespectful. But this is what the prosecution have left to resort to, because Judge Whittaker is all over them now, all over them. So this is not a misconduct per se, it's just really bad lawyering.
All right, and your understanding is 2 people were shot and ultimately died in that case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if anyone has been arrested for that case?
No.
No, you don't know, or no one has?
No, I don't know.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move to March 16th, okay, 2830 Waters Road. It sounds like from the pictures, there's a house on Waters Road with a wooden fence around it, correct?
Yes.
And that's what your pictures reflect?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived, it was a rainy day, and you were doing your best to document the evidence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there were a number of shell casings. I think you said you collected 40, correct?
Yes.
And were they all outside the fence?
Yes.
Okay. And you noted as part of your work that there were bullet defects. There were holes in the house, in the windows, in cars that were parked in the yard, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It was consistent with people shooting from the street area towards that house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know anyone who has been charged with shooting at that house?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, I just wanted to make sure I'm clear. You're on a man approach?
You may.
Thank you. So, Ms. Brown, this brown paper bag is labeled 424VV, correct?
Yes.
And that's the paper bag that you put all the shell casings you collected from 2830 Waters Road, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you preserve that evidence so it could be later processed by GBI or other people for ballistics and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Not hits, etc.
Yes.
All right. If I am to ask the scientists or the GBI people later on about this case, what numbers would I need to know that we're talking about the same shell casings?
There were 40 cases, so it should be numbers 1 through 40.
As far as the case number, would it go by the APD case number, or what would be the cross-reference, if you know?
I'm sorry, I don't know how GBI actually labels theirs.
Okay, but you have it in the case number that you've already given us, correct?
Yes, sir.
One other thing I just wanted to clarify and possibly correct. We talked about the different shell casings that were collected, right? In a total of 40.
Yes.
Okay. There was 2 223s,
Yes.
840 caliber,
Yes.
19 9mm,
Yes.
and 11 5.7 by 28, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So do I have the permission to correct that? So it shouldn't say 5.7, it should say, it shouldn't say 5 times 7, it should say 5.7 by 28, correct?
Yes.
And all of these,
Oh, oh, the shade, the shade. Max Short goes up to the prosecution's flipboard and corrects what they have written. Oh, the shade, the shade. Oh, he's so good. He's so
and all
good.
these shell casings are for different caliber bullets, correct?
Yes.
And a gun wouldn't shoot different caliber bullets. A gun would just shoot one specific caliber, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not a ballistics expert. I
Okay.
just know they fire.
Fair enough. Thank you. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Excellent cross-examination. Just in. Oh, this is what you're talking about. Oh, that is what happened. That is what you looked at, and looked at all these shell casings of different calibers. And nobody has been arrested for it. Nobody has been charged for it. Isn't that strange? A lot of the prosecution's case seems to be crimes committed on the defendants, not by the defendants. Strange. Ocean Beach. Just got it, or are you doing replay? I started late, so there will be no breaks or anything, and by the end of the day we will be caught up, I hope.
Okay, redirect.
Just looking at the photos from March 16th, I want you to look at 310 VV through 315 VV.
Which numbers?
310 VV through 315 VV.
Okay.
Earlier, you talked about going to another home and taking pictures of some defects. Is that the home next door to 2830 where you went and took other pictures?
Yes.
And looking at 311 VV, 312, 313, 314, and 315, is that the vehicle that was of interest that had defects inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state called Kathleen Packer to stand.
Judge,
Yes.
you'd like me to leave these here?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Thanks. I don't think so. I don't think he's testified yet.
My name is Kevin Leon Packer. It's Kevin. My last name is Leonpacher.
Good morning, Detective Lane Packer. How are you doing?
Well, thank you. Good morning.
Can you tell the jury where you're currently working at?
Well, working and employed. I'm a detective with the Atlanta Police Department. I've been with APD for over 22 years. And after spending the last about 14 and a half years in the homicide unit, I have also joined the FBI as a task force officer.
I have also joined the FBI as a task force officer. Oh, this guy is so full of himself. So full of himself. He does that leaning towards the jury, the smile. He's been testifying a lot. He has that brooch on him. Ugh. Yes, Gwendolyn, you know, most of these testimonies and redirects, it's just about them getting the last word.
And my current assignment is, as of about 3 weeks ago, I've moved out of my role in homicide to a role as a full-time task force officer with the
Task
FBI,
force
assigned to a
officer
violent crime squad
with
in the Atlanta
FBI.
division or the Atlanta field office.
Oh,
In general, what are some of your roles and responsibilities that you currently do?
So currently, I'm over 14 years in homicide. I'm tying up a lot of loose ends, finishing up some case files, and still doing some active case work on some of those cases. But my primary role with the FBI is in this violent crime squad. We work any violent crimes that have a federal nexus, essentially any violent crimes that that might be a federal offense. I work on exigent circumstance cases.
yeah, we don't need his ego trip here in the beginning. That has nothing to do with the case.
Into some phone extractions.
Yes.
I'm approaching you with what's marked as 227 Victor Victor 1 and 227 Victor Victor 2. Can you tell the jury, or let me ask you first, do you recognize those items?
I do.
And what are they?
They are USB drives, one of which contains cell phone extractions that were from devices associated with Mr. Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson. I'm familiar with him by both names. And the other is and I should say that one is States Exhibit 227 VV1.
That's correct.
And then the other one, which is a silver and gray USB device, states Exhibit 227VV2, contains mobile device extractions for phones that are associated with Marquavius Huey.
And how many phones extractions are there on each of those USBs?
If I could review
Yes.
my notes, but I believe it was 3 for each.
Oh God!
Each device. Yes, 3 for each device.
Oh, what were those called? I used to have one like that back in the 90s. One of these manager leather folders. When I thought it looked cool or something, it was absolutely useless. Briefcase is much more efficient. What were those called? Where the foldy thingy with you can have the pens in and different kind of papers. Oh, they had a specific name. They had a specific name. Not portfolio. They had a very specific name back. Filofax. Thank you, Deja Vu. Filofax. Oh, it looks decent, but it's absolutely useless. Roymond, isn't this objectionable since you can't directly identify this evidence as a thumb drive? If Max didn't object, it's for a reason. It's for trust Max. Trust Max.
Now,
Each USB drive.
can you describe for the jury, you've discussed phone extractions, what kind of data comes back? Can you kind of describe the process when you get a phone to extract?
Yes, it depends, is the short answer. So it depends on the state of the phone, whether or not it's powered on or powered off at the time we recover it, and whether or not the user had unlocked it since it's last being powered on. That's a good state for us, and using some advanced forensic tools, we can still recover a lot of data, even if we don't even know the passcode to the phone. So in a situation like that, we would recover most data that we would want to see for investigative purposes, like calls, messages, not just messages that are text messages, but messages that are iMessages, which are not text messages, by the way. iMessages sent from iPhone to iPhone do not travel through the cellular network like an SMS message. Those do not appear on records from cell phone companies. Those will only appear in mobile device extractions. So we recover messages, photographs, videos, web history, sometimes health data, again, dependent upon the state of the phone, and third-party application data. So depending upon how an application works, if it stores data on the device, then we can sometimes recover that data. And depending upon the forensic tool we use, it could parse out that data and show it in the messages section as well. For instance, DMs on Instagram may appear in a cell phone extraction. In the case of a phone being powered off, Apple uses encryption to encrypt data. And if the phone powers off from iPhone 5S, which is a long time ago, to present day iPhone 16, there's a whole separate chipset inside of Apple iPhones that does nothing but hardware encryption for iOS devices or iPhones. And that can present some challenges to us. If we do not have the passcode for the phone and the phone's powered off, we're gonna have a difficult time getting all that data that we wanna see for investigative purposes. And we'll be left with sometimes a list of blocked numbers on the device, sometimes some cached images or images that are temporarily stored in the phone's memory, but aren't the photos and videos taken by the camera inside the phone. We won't see messages or web history. So we're very limited if the phone's powered off. So again, it depends, but the shorter answer is, in best case scenario, we get pretty much everything that you have on your phone.
Now, is two of the phones that investigator Vic Brito asked you to extract pertaining to Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell, did investigator Vic Brito have a passcode for those?
Yes.
And roughly, was it in December of 2022 when you conducted the extraction on those two phones?
Yes.
I wanted to also circle back. You had mentioned web history. Is when the data comes back, are you able to look and see web searches?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what that means or what that may show?
What's important to note that whatever we get on the phone is just a log of activity for the phone. So I may not know who was physically holding the phone unless we have a witness or it's on video to show who was physically operating a device. So when I see web history or I see a search that appears in the web history, what I know is that the phone navigated to the internet and conducted this search. So for instance,
That depends, FBI task force officer Longpecker. What was his name? Leon Decker? Loingpecker? I don't know. I don't care. That depends, because sometimes clicking on, for instance, if you have, where's my phone? Well, not here. Whatever web browser you have suggestions of news you want to look at. If you click that, it looks like you searched for it. You have to go deeper into the phone in order to differentiate if it was an actual search or if you just clicked on a front page link.
If I go onto my iPhone and I go to Google and I type in a search term, then I would see the URL or the web address of what that search term result is. That's the page that Google will navigate to, that my phone will navigate to. And in that URL, you'll see an indication that this may have been a Google search. You'll see some indication of what the search terms were. If there's multiple search terms like Kevin Leon Packer Court, then you may see Kevin plus Leon Packer plus Court. And what that means is that the phone navigated to that page that may have those results from Google. If someone were to send a link of search results, which I don't think I've ever seen someone send a link of Google search results, but that would have the same web address. So whether someone types in the search term or navigates to the page that resulted in those search terms because someone, say, texted them a link, then you would still navigate to the Google page that has the results for those search terms.
Now, when you do these phone extractions for other detectives, like you did in this case for Vivarito, when you didn't personally, in this case, review the contents of the extraction. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, when you give it to them, are they able to navigate and see the data that you just described?
Yes.
And is the system that they see that data for messages or calls, are they able to tell if it's incoming, outgoing, and who they're communicating with?
Yes. The tool that I use and used in this case is XRY.
Starfish and coffee. Why is he talking as if the jury suffers from terminal stupidity? This is a common tactics specifically among expert witnesses, because looking people in the eye and talking to them sometimes in some studies says invokes credibility. For me, it all depends on what you're saying, because it's a dangerous tactics, because the moment somebody believes, oh, he's full of it, when he starts looking at you, that reinforces that. This should be on the prosecutor or the lawyer or the attorney to see that in the juror. Okay, he lost them. Now I need to bring the jury back to me and have them not, and then walk up with a piece of evidence and with a note saying, stop staring at the juror.
That's the one that's made by that company MSAB, and XRY has essentially it's two different tools. One is the extraction tool, that's XRY, and then the reviewer or reader tool is called Examine. So Examine is used to open up the XRY extracted files, and it presents the results of the extraction. And you can create filters. You can say, I want to see all the calls, or I want to see all the messages, or you can select both and say, I want to see just calls and messages. And when you click on messages, it brings up the messages. It's essentially divided into 3 columns. Filters on one side, the left, calls, messages. And then in the middle, it'll display the calls and messages. And you can sort it by time or sort it by how frequently someone communicated with this person. And then when you click on a message, in the right-hand side, it'll give you more details about it. So you can tell in the center column or in the more details column on the right, from whom the message was sent and to whom it was sent.
Now, when you extract these phones, is there any data gleaned of if various SIM cards were used on a phone?
Yes.
Can you describe, one, what a SIM card is and how that data may show up?
SIM cards, which are slowly going away. SIM cards are physical cards that insert into a mobile device.
SIM cards are going away? Now I know about virtual eSIM that is getting more and more traction, but that doesn't mean that the original SIM card goes away. It only means that the original SIM card can be attached to an eSIM instead. Now, maybe the newer models of phones have removed the SIM card altogether. I have no idea, because I usually don't buy new stuff. I usually don't, especially not phones. I just want one with a good battery time and some camera capability. But if this microphone keeps, I need to check if I can get a new cable for this, because I don't like it. Sometimes I see on the screen that, microphone disconnected, and I'm looking down. I'm not even touching the damn thing. But that's besides the point. Let's continue here.
Or we had them just for like GSM phones. That's before we went to like what modern day LTE technology is. We would have a SIM card in like an AT&T phone, but maybe not a Verizon phone. But with SIM cards, they're inserted into the device, and they contain information that is used to authenticate that phone or that user on the cellular network. So there are a couple of identifiers. One is an ICCID. That's the SIM card identifier, integrated circuit card identifier. The other is the IMSI, or International Mobile Subscriber Identity. That's a unique identifier for a cellular network, and the IMSI is used in that authentication process. You put a SIM card in your phone, you turn it on. If you have AT&T or now Verizon, it goes to the Verizon cell sites, and it goes through an authentication process. Verizon looks at your IMSI, identifies your phone number. The phone number is stored on the SIM card as well. And it says, yes, Kevin's paid his bill this month. He's allowed to use the cellular network, and you'll have access to make and receive calls. In iOS devices or iPhones, some of that SIM data is stored. Even if you remove the SIM card from the device, we may still see the ICCID or the IMSI and the date that SIM card was in the device. It'll have a date last updated.
Did you see any SIM card changes in the two phones associated with Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson that you got in December?
I did.
And did you ever find or see any connection or association with a phone number ending in any phone numbers of interest?
Yes.
What was that connection?
There was a phone number that I understand was a phone number that was identified by others.
Sustained.
What was the phone number without saying anything else about it?
The phone number is 470-814-8694.
And what was the connection with that 8694 phone number when you looked at the cell phones you got in December related to Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson?
It was the phone number associated with an Apple iPhone 12 mini. And that was one of those devices that investigator Viverito asked me to conduct a forensic analysis of, and that she provided the passcode for.
Now, after you gave, Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 227, Victor 1 and 2 into evidence.
Yes.
Wait, were they approaching?
Yes.
Oh, they are approaching. All right, folks. That brings us to sidebar counter 332. Oh. Skipping ahead. Oh, it's a long one. That's what she said. No. Hello, Carrie Berry's mom. Oh, this is a long sidebar. Really long one. Or did I have a sidebar in that? No, here they are. What? They sent out the jury? Oh, wow. This was a serious one. So they went to sidebar, sent out the jury. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Lane Packer, did you have the opportunity on March 17th of 2022 to participate in a search warrant at
Yes.
2830 Waters Road?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury how you got involved in that search warrant?
Well, I mentioned just a moment ago that I know Investigator Viverito. I've worked with her a lot over the years. She's been in a few different roles, and I've worked with her in each of those capacities with the different agencies that she's worked with, including when the search warrant was obtained and to be executed. So she asked for my assistance to execute the search warrant, and that's why I participated.
Now, when you got there, was it daylight or nighttime?
It was daylight.
And was there other units within APD that were there for the search?
Yes.
What were some of those units?
The SWAT team, our intelligence unit, I think some gang unit investigators, and myself, and I believe my sergeant and our homicide unit, Ray Layton, were there, and our crime scene technician.
Now, you personally, when you go to scenes or work cases, do you take any photographic or video evidence yourself?
Sometimes.
And what do you use for that?
Usually a city-issued cell phone to photograph or video a walkthrough of the area.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, I am approaching with what's been marked as 336 Victor Victor. Detective Lane Packer, before testifying here today, have you had a chance to review that medium I gave you?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
336 VV State's Exhibit contains all the photographs and videos that I took while I was out there on Waters Road.
And I'm also going to approach you, Detective Lane Packer, with what's been marked as State's Exhibits 316 Victor Victor through 335 Victor Victor. Are those photographs that you took the scene that day?
Yes, and at least one photograph is, I believe I took when I was back at Atlanta Police Headquarters after packaging some of the evidence, and I photographed the packaging of it.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 316 Victor Victor through 335, as well as 336 Victor Victor, the USB.
All right, those are admitted. And also you tendered, but then we broke, and I don't think I admitted on the record 227 Victor Victor 1 and 2. Those are also admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Why do I have a
I'm
sneak?
going to publish.
For you who are here, I haven't watched this thing. I actually haven't. So I have no idea what's going on. But I assume it's something sneaky. I assume regarding the first witness that testified about victims that were friends of Shannon. And I'm not exactly sure what's going on here.
336 Victor Victor. Now, is this the location that you were at, Detective Lane Packer, on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And when you do document search warrants or scenes that you walk through, do you kind of take an overview of the location?
Yes.
And is this you walking to the mailbox to document the address for this search?
Yes.
Now, had SWAT already cleared the residence by the time that you started searching?
Yes.
And I'm going to publish another portion of State's Exhibit 336, Victor Victor. Was there a Audi that you see in this clip when you got there?
Yes.
Now, do you typically try to capture the VIN number of vehicles that are on scenes?
Usually.
That looks like a silver Audi, not a white Audi. Or am I completely out of it? Folks, is that a silver or a white Audi?
Can you tell the jury how were law enforcement officers able to get in this Audi vehicle?
You can see on the left there at the door, there's a coat hanger. The window was ajar, and investigators used a coat hanger to tug on the door handle to open the vehicle and access the interior of it.
Now, was there a firearm in that car?
Yes, on the passenger floorboard, protruding up into there's me, the passenger floorboard, the firearm was laying down on the floorboard and leaning against the passenger seat.
Now, after documenting the firearm inside of the vehicle, did you ever pull it out of the vehicle to examine it closer?
Yes.
Hold on here. (2009) Audi A5 blue. So is this what do you call it? Did they DeKalb County Commissioner plate? Dun, dun, dun. Does that I have no idea. Does this mean is a DeKalb County Commissioner vehicle? Does it mean it is a vehicle sold by DeKalb County? Does it? Why is he having? Because I remember from the video of the white Audi and everything, that license plate looked nothing like this one. Okay, so they handle services. Yeah, okay, temp tag. But that still has nothing to do with the white Audi on the road. No tint. Why does it say blue? Is the blue about the tag, about the license plate, or was this car originally blue? Or is it completely unrelated? Well, let's keep going. Maybe we will find out.
Now, after documenting the firearm inside of the vehicle, did you ever pull it out of the vehicle to examine it closer?
Yes.
I am going to publish 318 Victor Victor. Is that a picture of the firearm in the passenger seat where you found it?
Yes.
And what type of firearm was it?
This was a Ruger AR 5.56. It takes 5.56 caliber ammunition.
And I'm going to publish another portion of 336 Victor Victor. Do you see on the screen before I start this magazine and a firearm on the roof of the car?
Yes, that is the magazine that was inserted into the weapon when it was recovered.
Now, I'm going to play this first and ask you, is that cartridge you saw on the purple glove something that you had to get out of? Was that in the chamber or in the firearm when you examined it?
Best I recall, I could review my notes for it to refresh my recollection, but best I recall, yes, it was loaded with one round chambered and it had to be cleared to extract that round from the chamber.
If I approach you with a copy of your incident report, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes. I've refreshed my recollection about what I wrote in the incident report.
And what do you recall about that piece of ammunition?
My recollection is unchanged, that it was loaded with 1 round in the chamber, but I did not specifically note in my incident report that that round was chambered. But you can see the magazines are loaded, and the 1 round out would have been the round that we cleared from the firearm. And that's what I recall about the condition of that firearm when it was collected.
Now, I wanted to ask you, and I'm going to show you from this clip. Can you describe for the jury what is that 2 magazines, and can you describe like what that was and with the tape and the different magazines?
Well, there's 2 magazines that are designed to fit that weapon, that AR, and they're taped together facing opposite directions. So if one were to insert the magazine and fire enough rounds to use all of the ammunition in that 1 magazine, one could then pull the magazine out, flip it over, reinsert it, and get back in battery and begin shooting additional rounds without having to drop a magazine, retrieve an additional magazine from an alternate location, and then load it in. It's taped together, so it makes a quick extract, turn over, reload, and then the firearm would be ready to fire again.
Now, did you also collect this firearm that day?
I did.
Now, I am approaching with what is marked as 223 Victor Victor. And
I'm still wondering what this,
actually, one brief
what the
second.
meaning of this
This
testimony
specific,
is. I mean,
With this
okay,
specific firearm, did you do any research with this?
showing the gun. It's definitely not a white Audi. And this gun, I mean, somehow it's related to the previous witness who testified about something that was used against the defendants. And all of a sudden we have green tip 556 ammo is steel tipped ammo. It's the NATO 556. It used to be military and law enforcement, but I do believe it's sold everywhere now. That's the green tip. The green tip is just that it's a steel tip for better penetration. If I'm wrong, please correct me. I don't have all of that info. It's just back here. M85 Jan Schön, M855 armor piercing. Okay, thank you. Schaffer says good ammo. Yeah. Reform convict, just a tip is often enough. I'm trying to avoid the.
And contact any other law enforcement entities.
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what you did in relation to this firearm?
Is it permissible to talk about the results of inquiries I made on the firearm?
Yes.
So I checked the serial number of the firearm in the same way we would run a license plate to see if a car was stolen. We can run serial numbers of articles and firearms to see if they have been reported stolen. What I found was this firearm was reported stolen while in transit from a Ruger manufacturer in North Carolina, while it was en route, I believe via UPS to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, somewhere between origin and destination. It was stolen in this essentially cargo theft from UPS. And so
no
it
big
was,
news today, as far as
recovered
I
when
know,
wrote the
Judge
report for
Jan.
it. The ATF investigates firearms stolen while in transit, and I communicated with an agent of the ATF who then recovered the firearm at a later time.
Now, ultimately, did the ATF ever come or get in possession of that firearm?
Yes, yeah, I made arrangements to ensure that the firearm, after being test fired for examination purposes and testing purposes, was then released into the custody of that ATF agent so he could continue his investigation.
Now, Detective Leanpacker, I'm going to publish 319 Victor Victor. Is this another photograph of that same firearm?
Yes,
I'm going to publish 320 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up where the trigger mechanism would be?
yes,
And 323 Victor Victor. Is this another photograph of those taped magazines in the gun?
yes.
Now, did you find any other items in that vehicle that you documented that day?
Yes.
What did you find?
There was a pink colored wool cap, I believe, in the back seat.
Did you collect that item?
Yes.
I'm approaching you with what's marked as 340 Victor Victor. And Detective Leanpacker, when you collect items at a
This seems to be a big scary gun kind of testimony, but they haven't actually told what's the actual significance of this. It's just, oh look, boo, gun dangerous, boo. Halloween is over, Mr. Adpuss.
scene, are you familiar with how APD property evidence labels and case numbers are for pieces of evidence?
Yes.
And is there any identifying features on that? And if you need to open it, you by all means can. That helps you know what is inside of it.
Well, I packaged this item and sealed it. My initials were on the original evidence seal. And I also wrote on there that it was a pink wool cap recovered from the Audi. And in the evidence label that I created, I labeled it as the brand Time and True pink wool cap. So at the time that I packaged it in this evidence envelope, it was a pink wool cap.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender into evidence 340 Victor Victor. And this,
I have an objection. Is 340 the firearm or the envelope there?
it is the envelope with the pink wool cap.
Objection, relevance 403.
Overruled.
Okay.
And to be clear, this
Okay. Max is starting out. Okay, is this a waste of time, Your Honor? Apparently not yet.
first, the vehicle where you had to, where officers put the coat hanger inside of it, is this the Audi we're talking about where you found this pink wool cap?
Yes.
That first vehicle, if you were to enter the property on kind of the right-hand side of the yard. I'll go back to 318 Victor Victor. Is this the vehicle that you found that pink wool cap?
Yes.
Did you also find any temporary tags or license plates in that vehicle?
Yes. Multiple.
I am going to publish 324 Victor Victor. Are these some of the temporary plates that you found?
Yes.
Okay,
And did
so
you
they
ever
are
find
temporary
a driver's
plates.
license or identification in that car?
I did.
I'm going to publish 325 Victor Victor. Who was the individual's name that you found?
Eric Jerome Moore.
I'm going to publish 326 Victor Victor. Did you find some other registration paper?
Who the fuck is Eric Jerome Moore? Who's Eric Jerome Moore? I find an Eric J. Moore in Georgia, but that's in Twiggs County, and he's extremely white. Okay, this seems more, yeah. No weapon for me, that is me. State is admitting any evidence that is unsolved as RICO and to stick it to these guys. Yeah, it seems like it because who's Eric Jerome Moore? What does he has to do? And his silver Audi? What? Oh, please, Mr. Shard, please ruin this for the state on cross-examination.
Work for that vehicle
Yes.
with the same individual's name?
Yes.
Now I'm going to publish another portion of, and is this the pink wool cap that you were just discussing.
Yes, and I've looked inside the envelope, which is open, and I can see it's the same pink wool cap.
I'm going to publish another portion of State's Exhibit 336, Victor Victor. And just to be clear, this is the video footage that you personally recorded that day. Is that fair?
Yes,
And to the right, that's depicted on the screen, is the vehicle we were just discussing.
yes.
Did you find any other firearms in the yard that day?
Yes. Approaching this Jeep vehicle on the ground, there was this firearm with a drum magazine.
Is the circular item the drum magazine?
Yes.
Is that increase the capacity of rounds that it can hold?
Yes, a drum magazine is a high capacity ammunition magazine that loads rounds or cartridges in a circular motion. And as rounds feed into the firearm, they continue loading around in that circular motion to feed into the firearm. So it's just a high capacity magazine.
Now, Detective Leanpacker, I am approaching you now with what's marked.
What's his name? Leanpacker?
Victor Victor.
Lone Dicker? Soft Pecker? What's his name?
And I wanted to ask you if you're able to recognize that before you.
It's okay to go ahead and open it up?
It is.
Yes.
And what is that item?
It's the firearm that was just depicted in the video, and it's a AK M10762P firearm, and the drum magazine that was there as well.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence what is marked as State's Exhibit 223, Victor Victor.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance in 403. Has nothing to do
May need
with
to
this case.
Your Honor,
check that up.
I object to the speaking objections, and I can explain relevance outside
All
the
right.
presence of the jury.
Coming up.
You object to speaking objections? Folks. Oh. Mr. A bad tie. He is very good at speaking objections. Very good at it. So, that karma. Okay, explain the relevance outside the presence of the jury. If this was prejudicial towards Shannon Stillwell or Jack Gotti, he would have told it before in front of the jury. All right, let's. And folks, it's a new sidebar. Sidebar counter 333. Oh wow. Link to membership. Mods, can you post link to memberships if you please? Thank you. Oh wow. All right, let's skip ahead.
So, Detective Leanpacker, this is the firearm we were just discussing with the drum magazine that we see in the yard of 2830 Waters Road.
Yes, still covered with the same dirt.
Do you know if it rained the night prior?
I don't recall.
Now, I'm going to. And I'm going to publish 328 Victor Victor. Is this the firearm that we were just discussing?
Yes.
And Brooklyn gifted a membership for SM1. Derek, if you look at the chat, you should see on top of it some kind of gift box. Press that one. Press that one. And thank you so much, Brooklyn, getting our new members today. One. New members. 1. Oh. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Is he a dirt expert? I have no idea.
I'm going to publish 329 Victor. And with this specific type of magazine, you see how the ammunition at the very end to the right, does it keep feeding into it until all rounds are discharged or something else?
Until all rounds are discharged, or whoever's operating it stops shooting, as long as there's still rounds left. But yes, that's how it feeds, and that it's loaded in that circular motion and feeds up through the magazine into the firearm.
One brief moment.
I think the link I just posted is the one where you get go
Now,
to
was there, you had
becoming
mentioned
a
that Jeep
member.
Liberty that we saw in that video.
Yes.
Was there any defects in that car or anything of note in that blue Jeep Liberty?
Yes.
What did you see?
On the driver's door, there appeared to be what we often say in homicide cases. So it's
I
not-
have
we don't
no
know what
idea
caused
what
it, but
this has to
it's a
do with the
defect consistent
YSL.
with gunfire. It looked like a bullet hole in the door.
Now, I am about to publish, before I do another portion of 336, Victor, what part of the house is this frame right here?
This is the rear of the house.
And is that a stairwell in the rear that you see in this photograph?
There's a set of stairs that leads up, and then there's an open door in the back. So,
And did you ever go and explore or examine the basement level of this residence?
yes.
I'm going to publish this next portion of 336 Victor now. And is this opening that you are walking towards the basement of the home?
Yes.
Was there another stairwell inside of the basement?
There's stairs. Yes.
Were you able to get inside the home from those stairwell?
No. No, it's closed off. It's like wood that's like nailed shut, so it did not permit access from the basement level into the house.
Now, when you looked in the ceiling in this basement, was there any openings that were in the basement?
Yes.
And do you know where that went?
Into the house level above, but I don't recall which room it was.
Now, ultimately, did you go and conduct a search of the house inside the home?
Yes.
I am publishing 336 Victor, another portion. But before I do, what is that? Or let me ask you this. If you were to walk in the front door, do you know where we are in the house with this photograph right now?
Yes, if you walk in the front door, just to the left, there was a television, a large television, a flat panel TV, and yeah, there's some wires hanging down there.
I am publishing this next portion of 336 Victor. Did you ever find or see any device that normally would be plugged into those when you were searching there at that time?
Yes and no. I did see at least one camera on the front porch that had a light illuminating from it, indicating the camera had power. And I believe these wires to terminate to that camera, because I was essentially trying to follow what are these cameras plugged into. And then so that on one end, I expect that one of these wires is plugged into at least that camera. On this end, no. You see those wires, they said to DVR.
So they ran adult movie set?
Which I would expect to be a video recording system, a digital video recording system that would capture surveillance video from any cameras that terminated at the end of those wires. And these wires dangling there suggested there may have been one, but there was none there when I was there.
Now, Detective William Packer, I'm going to play briefly this last portion of the video, that the portion of 336 Victor Victor. Was there a bedroom nearby where these cords were?
Yes.
And after looking at the cords, did you ever go into that bedroom?
Yes.
And did you ever look in the closet in that bedroom?
Yes.
And in just a second, that right there, did you see that in the floorboard?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a void in the floor.
And do you know, did that go down, if you know, to the basement?
As I recall, yes, that was the hole in the floor that led to the basement. Or that, I should say, opened up to the basement. I want to say led, as if one would navigate through that hole to get down there.
That's fair enough. Now, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 163 Victor Victor. Did you ever see this item when you were in the house on March 17, 2022?
No.
So
I am going to publish the
Okay, so the DVR gone. Well, more or less what they saved the surveillance camera. So I assume it is to, if something happens around them, they can see who it is or something. Yeah, as Steven said, they took the DVR so cops couldn't. Yep. I would assume so.
the next video portion of 336 Victor Victor. Can you describe for the jury, before I play it, what you see here and what you found?
This is a plate carrier vest. It's a bit like the tactical vest I wear when I'm in uniform for APD. It has an insert inside of it. When you purchase it, it typically doesn't have an insert, but it's made to have an insert that's body armor. I'd say bullet resistant vests that we wear for law enforcement and that military often wears.
And did you search through this body armor?
I did.
Did it have, if you recall, what type of, in general, plate? Was it hard, soft, or something?
It was hard. Body armor that I have for my Atlanta police uniform is soft and flexible. This one was extremely heavy and hard, which would indicate to me it's a different level of body armor than the one that I wear for APD.
And was there any other cases found nearby the body armor?
Yes, there's a gun case or a rifle case.
Now, I wanted to ask you, did you ever find any firearms inside of the house?
Yes,
Where did you find it?
in a bedroom closet on the top shelf, there was a pistol.
I'm going to publish the next portion of 336 Victor Victor. Is this the inside of the home?
Yes,
And you had mentioned a top shelf where you found a firearm. Is this what you were discussing?
yes,
Did you collect that firearm?
yes. Ultimately, a crime scene technician took it away from the scene, but I participated in the collection of the item.
Now, I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as 222 Victor Victor. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is that item?
It's the Taurus pistol that was on the top shelf here.
And was that firearm loaded?
Um,
And if you need,
I don't recall. It's got a magazine inside of it, but I think that the full processing of it was done by the crime scene technician.
that's fair. I'm publishing 317 Victor Victor, just the firearm we were just discussing.
Yes,
And 330 Victor Victor, is this another photograph of that firearm?
yes.
Now, did you ever go up into the attic of that home?
I did.
How did you get up to the attic, if you recall?
I don't recall if there was a pull downstairs or a scuttle hole. I don't recall.
Now, before I play this next portion of 336 Victor Victor, is this the attic area of the home?
Yes,
And did you find anything up in the attic?
yes.
What did you find?
There was a bucket full of ammunition of various calibers.
Now,
Okay, I'm going straight for cross-examination here, because this is boring the absolute gashitas out of me. Okay, so casing, a letter, a picture, a picture. Okay, I'm going to cross. Here we go. Please.
Detective Leon Packer, good afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
Max Shard, we
What did the auto? This is the auto translate. You take me a Packer good. I love the. I love the subtitles. I love the subtitles. Okay, so Lonely Pecker, cross-examination.
Detective Leon Packer, good afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
Max Shard, we've met before, but Max Shard, I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes, sir.
I just want to ask you first about what we talked about first in direct, talking about the downloads of the phone. We talked about you were able to find searches on a phone that you download or extract the data from, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I should say I didn't find searches because I didn't sift through the data, but I'm aware of there being some links associated with searches.
So let me get this clear. You extracted information from several phones, including my client's phones, but you did not review any of the downloaded information.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know who reviewed the downloaded information?
I provided all of the extractions to investigator Marissa Viverito, who I believe conducted all of the extractions to investigate.
Marissa the burrito. It seems like investigator Viverito is extremely central to this part. So I assume she will be on later this week.
Marissa Viverito, who I believe conducted thorough reviews of the data.
Okay. Now it seems to me that your role now in law enforcement focuses a lot on cell phones, correct?
Yes and no. I actually, in my role now with the FBI, I expect that I'll be spending a lot more time working with cell phone records from providers and less time working in mobile device forensics. So I'm transitioning now. But yes, over the past several years, I've been working a lot with mobile device forensics. You
were once a homicide investigator, though, correct?
Up until about 3 weeks ago, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as a homicide investigator, if you see
he is very, very adamant that he is now a task force officer. You just got reassigned 3 weeks ago.
search in a phone, is there some information you'd want to know? Let me back that up. You would want to know when that search was made, correct?
Yes.
And now let me be clear, because on direct, you did say a few things. It could be when a search shows up with keywords, it could be someone clicking on a link sent by someone else, right?
Yes.
It could be someone searching in their phone themselves, correct?
Yes.
And it could be someone else utilizing a device, right? Just because it's someone's device doesn't mean they were the ones utilizing it at that time, correct?
But yes, I wouldn't count that as a third option, because as a forensic examiner, I'd only be concerned about what the phone did. So no matter who's holding the phone when it did what it did, it's only one of the two, right? The phone navigated to a URL that resulted in search results from, say, Google, regardless of who's holding it.
Okay, now with all those qualifiers aside, as an investigator, if you saw search results in a phone of a person of interest, you would want to know what date that search was allegedly done, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you would want to know, if you were investigating a case with such a cell phone, you would want to know if on that date of that search, other people had already alerted the owner of the phone of the fact that something had occurred at an address, correct?
I would take that into consideration in my examination of the results, yes.
So for instance, if the search was homicide or shooting, Smith Street, X Bell Street, corner of Smith and Bell, you would want to know if the person that owns his phone or may have been using his phone is just searching that on them by themselves with no prompting, or if someone else has already alerted them to a fact that a shooting had occurred at that address. That would be an important fact to know as an investigator, wouldn't it?
It would be important, an important consideration in how I reviewed the data. Yes.
Okay, and you
Oh, Max George, you genius. You are setting Vivorito up. Folks, what he's doing here is preparing the jury for the coming witnesses, which whenever Miss Burrito is on the stand, he has extracted this already from a person in law enforcement who spent years looking at phones. Oh, you brilliant man.
You'd also want to know, if the person searched these terms, hours after an event or days after an event, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you'd want to know if there was press coverage about this event prior to the person searching.
Objection, Your Honor. Press conference, relevance.
Press coverage.
Overruled.
Yes, and I'll add to explain my answer. It's not uncommon in cases of, I've worked homicides and I've been on our complex case squad in homicides. I've worked a lot of violent crime cases, even those that haven't been homicides.
I'm going to object as non-responsive if we're going to get into what usually happens.
I can let him explain his answer.
Okay, thank you.
And it's not uncommon that there is media coverage of violent crime incidents when I'm conducting an investigation into such an incident. And it's not uncommon for those searches to be related to that media coverage of that incident.
Right. Okay, but certainly there's a difference between someone,
Gigi, congratulations of becoming a grandmother. She said, my daughter got pregnant and had the baby since we started this trial. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Oh.
a suspect searching unknown keywords that no one else would know except them versus searching keywords after there's been media coverage, correct?
That's difficult for me to answer in the hypothetical because oftentimes as an investigator conducting this type of search of a forensic analysis of a phone, I don't know what someone knows about the incident or how many people know it, especially if it's an incident that I suspect multiple people were involved in.
Well, what if in that phone there was actual messages from other people alerting that person to the event? Would that give you insight as to whether they knew about the event?
The person conducting the search?
Yes. If other people had told them, texted them,
Yeah.
sent them news articles in their phone.
Yes and no. Yes, and that it would give me insight that there's evidence in the phone of the person operating the phone likely receiving information in that text message that, hey, this incident occurred. But no, and that I've worked many homicide cases where I see people that that I did charge with participation in a murder that were receiving notifications from other people, hey, did you hear about this incident? So one may have nothing to do with the other, but one could have something to do with the other.
It could be important.
I would take it into consideration. Yes, that absolutely be a part of my consideration in examining the phone.
As a homicide investigator, you would take it into consideration whether someone told the owner of the phone about specifics of that event before they type in the keywords.
Yes.
And do you know what ATL Scoop is?
Yes.
Okay, ATL Scoop gives updates or really quick news about events around Atlanta, correct?
Yes, largely the reposting of individual Instagram users' coverage of events around Atlanta. It's a big reposting site typically.
Did ATL Scoop, to your understanding and knowledge of this case, Jamal Drink's shooting, did ATL Scoop have updates being sent throughout Atlanta within hours of the shooting?
I don't know.
It's assuming facts.
Okay, well, he said he doesn't know.
If you know.
I don't know. I honestly know very little about this case other than I worked next to the detective that was the lead detective, Al Hogan. But I know very little about the circumstances of this.
That's weird because other people who worked beside each other in different cases are presumed experts of gang activity and can testify about what somebody else's investigation was all throughout this trial. But this guy is actually honest. He only worked beside. He doesn't know much. Good answer.
You know, if my client's girlfriend reached out to him within hours of the shooting just to check if he was okay and alerted him about the shooting.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Do you know if my client's grandmother did the same?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Okay, so you didn't review the phone, so you don't know any of these answers that could add context to any searches.
From the phone or my knowledge of just being in the homicide unit next to the lead detective, no, I still don't know the answer.
Okay, great. Now, let's turn the page to the search warrant on 2830 Waters Road. Okay, is that okay? The execution of the search warrant.
Yes, sir.
All right, awesome. Now that happened there was, to your understanding, there was a shooting in the morning hours, March 16th going into March 17th of 2022 at that address, correct?
Yes. Again, I know very little about the other shooting as well. I just went to assist in the execution of the search warrant. So I don't know very many case details about the other shooting, but it is my understanding that yes, there was another shooting that was just before this incident.
And you observed holes in the house, you observed holes in vehicles that were parked in yard, et cetera, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you know how many people were living at 2830 Waters Road at the time that you executed the search warrant?
No.
Do you know how many people frequent that address, when we're frequenting that address in March of 2022?
No, any evidence of that would have been on that video surveillance system that was no longer present when I executed the search warrant.
Do you know of who the registered owner of that address is?
No.
Okay. Now, I wanted to just
Hold on here. Hold on here.
And that was no longer present when I executed the search warrant.
Do you know of who the registered owner of that address is?
No.
Okay.
How do you get a search warrant for an address without knowing who is the actual owner of it? What? 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 Oh,
Now, I wanted to just clarify a few things about your direct testimony. First of all, Ms. Knight or Mr. Atkins, could you kindly display 318 Victor Victor? Now, what time did you execute the search warrant? Like when we saw that video that you made at 2830, what time of the day was that?
I don't recall, but I'll add that I often do, and I believe I may have in this case. When I start recording a video, I verbally say aloud the date and time that I begin the recording of the video. And I know that the audio is not included in this published version of this video, but I'd have to refer to that to tell you the exact
That's fine. Do you have an approximate time? I'm not going to hold. Okay, it's fine.
Sorry, I don't. Yeah.
Light hours.
Daylight, yes.
Okay. All right. You are aware that on March 17th, around the same time that you were conducting the search warrant at 2830 Waters Road, my client was being arrested at Meadowlark Drive in a white Taurus, a white Audi with Maryland plates with tinted windows. You're aware of that?
No.
Okay.
If I was back then, I don't have any recollection of it now because I wasn't involved in that investigation.
All right. Well, I want to be very clear about a few things. 318. Okay, we see a blue car, correct?
You're talking about the vehicle that's here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, blue car. It is an Audi.
Yes.
Okay. And you found various things in the car, and we're going to get to that in a second. You are not suggesting that this is the white Audi with tinted windows that was rented to Shannon Stillwell, are you?
I have no idea. I don't know anything about that.
Okay. All right. This pink hat, 323 Victor Victor, if you would, Ms. Knight. Thank you. See that pink hat? And I think there's a better picture somewhere in here, but we're talking, and you have it in front of you.
Yes, it's right here.
Okay, that pink hat that's in that envelope. You aware that Mr. Stillwell was arrested on the same day in the white Audi wearing a pink hat?
No.
Okay. This pink hat would not have been something that you took from the scene and then somehow met up with Shannon Stillwell and gave it to him to wear for when he would be arrested, is it?
No.
Okay, so this is a completely separate pink hat. Isn't that correct?
I don't know when Mr. Stillwell was arrested or what the circumstances were, what time that was, if it was before or after the execution of this warrant. If I accept what you're telling me as fact, then sure, he was arrested before with a pink hat, but I don't know. I just know that this hat was recovered in this car on March 17th. I put it in this envelope, sealed it, and put my initials on it, and that's the last time I saw it before today.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that answers the question. Now, in this car, you also found a gun, a very large gun. And that's what's in front of you on that table, correct?
Yes, sir.
What
Well,
kind of gun?
no, that's the gun that went back to the ATF.
You're right.
The
Thank you for
stolen
that
firearm.
correction. And what type of gun was that?
That was it was a Ruger AR 5.56.
Okay. And that gun was found in this blue Audi. And it was also inside the blue Audi was a license in the name of Eric Moore.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And Eric Moore, did you investigate further into who Eric Moore was?
I believe I ran Eric Moore's driver's license at some point to identify who he was, but no, I didn't conduct any follow-up investigation into that aspect of the processing of this vehicle or its contents.
Okay. Three, Ms. Knight, if you
Jonesy. Yeah, I think that is exactly what Max implied, that the cops took the pink hat and put it in the blue Audi. And I would not be surprised, because that would mean that the pink hat situation means that they had a pink hat already before they actually apprehended Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell. That's interesting.
put up 319 Victor Victor, please. Okay. So that's the gun that was found in the blue Audi, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Stillwell's fingerprints are on that gun?
I don't physically have any evidence of that. I believe the gun was taken by the crime scene technicians for additional processing. The results of that, I'm unfamiliar with.
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Stillwell's DNA is on that gun?
Not me. No, I believe the guns were processed for additional evidence, but to what extent and what those results are, I don't know. I don't have that evidence. I don't want to speak on behalf of the police department to say that the police department or the Georgia Bureau of Investigation does or does not. Kevin Leon Packer doesn't have DNA results.
Anyone that comes from the crime lab, I'm going to make sure I ask them the same questions. I'm just
Yes,
asking
sir.
you.
Yeah.
So you don't have any evidence that Mr. Stillwell has ever touched this gun?
No, I don't. No.
Okay. All right. And let me ask you this. This gun, are you aware that Mr. Drinks, deceased Mr. Drinks, from the 3/14/2022 shooting was shot with .40 caliber ammunition?
I'm unfamiliar with that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Does this gun shoot .40 caliber ammunition?
No.
All right. Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah. That gun had apparently nothing to do with the shooting of Mr. Drinks. Nothing. But it was shown to the jury because, ooh, big gun bad. Nothing this guy has been here to testify about seems to be connected to the defendants. Who knew?
Miss Knight, if you could help me out and look 328 VV. definitely further down. It's the second gun. No, up. There we go. Thank you. All right, this is the second gun that you collected at 2830 Waters Road, correct?
Yes,
And that was in the mud. This gun was in the mud by a Jeep Liberty.
yes.
Okay. Did again, I'm going to ask you any DNA or fingerprints that you're aware of that link to Shannon Stillwell?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And how about that Jeep Liberty? Are you aware of any links that would link or connect Mr. Stillwell to that Jeep Liberty?
Not that I'm aware of.
So, and let me ask you about what type of gun is this?
It's a 7.62, I believe. It's a Romarm Cougar 7.62. The model is M10-762P. It's an AK-47 type firearm with a drum magazine.
And it shoots 7.62 bullet or caliber bullets.
Yes,
Okay. It does not shoot 40 caliber bullets, does it?
correct.
All right.
So another gun just for show.
And
Ooh, big
now, if
gun.
you could-
Bad,
330
bad.
Victor.
Nothing to do with the actual shooting of Mr. Drinks.
Now, this gun was actually found in the house at 2830 Waters Road.
Yes.
Okay. And any DNA or fingerprints that you're aware of that link this gun to Shannon Stillwell?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. And what type of gun is this?
This is a Taurus G3 9mm pistol.
9mm.
Yes.
Does this gun shoot 40 caliber bullets?
No.
Were you involved in the search warrant of 855 Allison Way,
No.
the residence of Jeffrey Williams?
No.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Couple more questions. A 5.7 by 28 an FN gun, a 5.7. Would that shoot 40 caliber bullets?
I would not expect it to, no.
Okay.
I'm not a firearms expert or a ballistics expert.
Right.
But no, I would not expect, especially given those cartridge cases, the 5.7 cartridge cases that we recovered, or the one cartridge case I recovered, it was an elongated cartridge case versus a 40 caliber is much shorter.
And in FNX 45, would that shoot 40 caliber bullets?
I don't know what an FNX 45 is.
Okay. Let me just ask you this, would a 45 caliber handgun shoot 40 caliber bullets?
I would not expect it to.
Okay.
I suppose under like a perfect set of circumstances, you might be able to put a 40 caliber cartridge in a 45 caliber firearm. And it may, under the right set of circumstances, the firing pin might strike it in the right place, but I wouldn't suggest it, nor would I overtly expect it to fire that round.
At least not correctly.
Not correctly. I think it's a bad idea to try.
Yeah. Okay. Is it fair to say that you don't have any information about any guns ballistically matching the shooting of Shamel Drinks?
If I ever came across any information about any ballistic matches or NIBIN correlations, I listed some in my report that I wrote following this incident.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not those matched that shooting, I don't recall.
Okay.
And I did not conduct any follow-up investigation into any correlations that were made from anything found at Waters Road or elsewhere.
How about any of these guns matching the January 10, 2015 homicide of Donovan Thomas?
I'm not aware of any, if there were any NIBIN correlations to that incident, I'm unaware of them, and I did not conduct that investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Okay. One last thing. As part of your involvement in this case, did you ever get a chance to review? I know that we looked at photos from Windsor Street. Did you ever get a chance to review the surveillance video from the FedEx on Windsor Street?
I don't want to misspeak and say that I never saw it because I know, again, Al Hogan sat 2 seats in front of me.
Uh-huh.
It's possible at one point I saw it on a screen, but I have no recollection of ever seeing that video.
Did you ever speak to any FedEx employees and ask them to just describe what they saw on the video? Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Good question. All right, any redirect?
So these guys either knows nothing or help the defense ruining whatever Miss Burrito will try to testify about later. Okay. And the guns seized, nothing to do with the drinks. Couldn't even shoot the ammunition. So he was on the stand for a good few hours. And what he told us that this search produced nothing that connects Shannon Stillwell, Jack Audi to the murder of Mr. Drinks. Nothing, absolutely nothing.
Detective Lean Packer, how many murders have you worked in your experience with Atlanta Police Department Homicide Unit?
I've worked on hundreds of homicides in my tenure with APD Homicide.
How often would you find the homicide suspects, the murder weapon used in the murder?
Overruled.
It was more common to not find the firearm used in the offense. I have recovered weapons used in homicides, but I'd say it's far less common.
And do you know why that is?
Sustained.
Detective Lean Packer, on cross.
Yeah. They put forward this guy to talk about a blue or silver Audi with a pink hat in it and guns in the house, because there was a white Audi and Shannon wore a pink hat. This is so disingenuous, absolutely horrifyingly disingenuous from the prosecution. What they just put forward through 2 witnesses had nothing to do with the Drinks murder. Nothing. It's not the same Audi. It's not the same hat. The guns weren't used. It's just to throw shade towards the jury, in an attempt to make them believe that this search had something to do with the Drinks murder. It didn't. It had nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing.
You asked a lot of questions about searching of a location in a phone. Do you recall that?
Searching a location of a phone?
A suspect searching a specific location in their cell phone.
Yes.
And you were also asked questions about if they were notified or hypothetically what someone knew. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If you had information that a possible homicide suspect was either at or within minutes at the scene and searched that location, how would you take that piece of information?
Sustained.
On cross-examination, do you remember Mr. Chart asking you about 8 to 10 questions about searching a location of an incident
Yes.
and how that would impact your investigation?
Yes.
With those line of questionings that you remember, how would it impact your calculus if the person that searched the location was on the scene when the murder happened?
I would perceive that as being intelligence gathering to determine what the police knew about the incident through media reporting. And if I obviously knew who my suspect was because I'm searching his or her phone, then I would incorporate that into a series of questions that I might ask that individual given the opportunity to interview them about their search of these items. It's not uncommon in my experience for people that have been determined to be involved in an incident to say that they had no involvement and they weren't there, and that they had little if no knowledge about the incident at all. So whether I confront them with the knowledge of knowing they searched about the incident and probably other evidence that suggests that they may have been at the scene, and the duration of time that passed between the incident occurring and when the search occurred would all be things that I'd want to talk to that individual about.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
But that has nothing to do with this case. Jack crap nothing. It's not Mr. Stillwell's pink hat. It's not his weapons. It's not his car. The guns doesn't match. So it's nothing. Just throwing shade. Throwing shade. Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Detective Lee Packer. No further redirect by the state, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm glad you answered that last question. Said if you had a suspect that said they had no involvement and were not there, you'd think that's important.
Yes.
What about a suspect that says, I have no involvement, but yes, I was there. I was there. What if you have him on tape at a BP, crystal clear, wearing distinctive clothes, and he's not denying he's there? Would you make sure that you watch the surveillance video of the killing pretty darn carefully?
Yes, among other things, given that assertion made by that person, there's additional things that I would do as well.
You wouldn't just ask someone that works for a business with no law enforcement training, hey, tell me what seems to be going on your videotape that you have, would you? You would want to watch it for yourself, wouldn't you?
Yes,
You'd want to watch it several times for yourself, wouldn't you?
probably yes.
You'd want to look for details that are important in that videotape, wouldn't you?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Go get him, Mr. Shard. Oh. Now, bad cop, bad Santa cop, cowboy. His testimony is completely demolished. Because this guy with experience and everything said, just ruined him. Just ruined him. Oh, Mr. Shard, you genius. What was it? Friday? Thursday? Whatever's. When we watched that video together of the shooting of Mr. Mr. Drinks, we saw on that video the third car, and bad Santa cowboy cop testified before that there were only 3 cars, and we saw with our own eyes there were 4 cars, and the third one was the most probable shooter. And that third car, the investigator never searched for, never checked if the license plates were caught anywhere. The car that did the U-turn, never searched for that one either. The person walking on the sidewalk, never searched for that one either. Went up on the stand and testified under oath. Oh, there were only 3 cars involved. The 2 cars, that was the defendants, and the one that made the U-turn. How can you miss that there was one more car in there? And this is what Mr. Shard just demolished. No respectable investigator would ever miss that on a video. But bad Santa cowboy cop did. And hello, folks from Broken Baker. Hello. We just watched a really good cross-examination and recross. I hope you can go back half an hour to get the context as well. Oh, wow. And for you who just joined, remember, hit the thumbs up. I know Baker explained it really good to you. As long as the number of thumbs up keeps going up throughout the stream, YouTube will keep promoting the stream. So be so nice and do so. Thank you so much.
Let's take our lunch break. Thank you, Detective. You are excused. Thanks for your time. Let's take until...
And through the magic of recap. Well, I'm a bit behind because I started late. Okay, let's see here if they have anything to say before.
Okay, y'all should have a copy. I received your proposed instruction and I took a look at it and made some potential edits, and it's about to get sent to you. And we don't have to sort it out right now, but if y'all will take a look at that, see what you think, and then maybe we can come back at maybe 1:25 and put whatever on the record about that then. Okay? All right. Anything else before we take our lunch break? All right. See y'all at 1:25. Thanks.
All right. And lunch break. And through the magic.
Yes, Mr. Weinstein.
Okay, let's see here if they are going to address the thing about the plea deal that was reversed by the Georgia Supreme Court and the consequent Alfred plea that Judge Glanville allowed in. But my hope is that Judge Whitaker comes to her senses and de-allow it. I have no idea what happened after lunch.
The proposed limiting instruction, yes, Mr. Weinstein, that was a typo. I was super copying a sentence from above or below, so thanks for catching that. Any thoughts on this?
I had none other than that one.
Okay. Mr. Shart and Mr. Shart, do you, specifically, I'd like to hear about whether you want anything said about them being reminded what an Alfred plea is or means. If so, if that's what you'd like, and then just generally how you feel about that.
It seems like she's going to have the Alfred plea allowed as evidence anyways. That's not.
No, we're not. I mean, we almost are, but not quite yet.
Let me just ask the court a question first. The idea of Mr. Stillwell entering a guilty plea and an offer plea, is that coming just from me?
That's not, I mean, that part I didn't create. That was in what y'all sent over.
Okay, well, let me just say this. When I was working with Doug, I put guilty plea and offer plea in there as kind of a placeholder as a reminder to check
Okay.
the
Evidence?
the depth, right?
Okay.
Because I wasn't.
I mean, I think it said, when it came over to me, I think it said guilty pleas and offered pleas, and I just figured it was one of each. So I did change that.
I did that without, it was more just reminding me.
Okay.
I think it was actually three convictions.
Okay, well, however you want to say it.
Hi, Brandon. Good to have you here. Hi, Moni G. Oh yeah, for you guys who just joined, the previous witness name was, and I didn't catch it at the beginning, but apparently it is Leon Packer. I might have had other names for him, as Lean Pecker, Slow Pecker. Well, sad part is he was actually a decent witness for the defense. So now I feel kind of bad for giving him nicknames.
They may be in those bins too. I don't know. Did you find them on Friday?
I did find them on Friday, and I kept them, my recollections, I kept them separate. Probably we didn't have enough room in the bins.
Okay.
So
Did we find, or could we get another bin, I wonder?
Hi, Brandon. What's Detective 68's name? Lindicker? Cockslobber? I don't know. I don't remember. Skipping ahead. And thank you for the super chat, Brandon. Thank you so much.
NSC 87662. 10SC 87662.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out where they would.
Right. you know what, let's figure it out on the next break or after court today, because we don't have to deal with this today. I just, and then we have to still sort the Nichols thing too. And I found out some more information about Winfrey, but we'll do all of this after, not on the jury's time, but yeah.
These are in Q.
Q?
Yes, in folder Q.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, is the jury ready? Okay. Just find out and we'll do it on the next break. All right, we're ready for the witness, next witness.
Okay, who's next?
I'll just send her an email. I don't know what's on it.
Yes, Your Honor. Needs to be sworn in.
Yes.
Okay. Who's this guy?
Raise your hand. Swear affirm testimony given in the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. State spell your first last name for the court, please.
My name is Doug Bailey, Doug Bailey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bailey. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing well. Can you tell the jury where you currently work?
Yes, I'm the operations manager of GPS monitoring and tracking services.
Can you explain a little bit about what GPS monitoring and tracking services does?
Okay. GPS monitoring, and is this about a car or an ankle bracelet? Oh, sorry.
Yes, we are an electronic monitoring service provider. We install GPS ankle monitors and alcohol ankle monitors on
Okay,
people to
ankle
track
monitors.
location and alcohol consumption.
Who is your primary client?
Typically, pretrial defendants, as a condition of bond, they're required to wear an ankle monitor.
Hang on just a second. Yes.
Oh, you ass. You can't say that. You can't say that. Prosecution, you twats. You know he can't say that. You twats. You know you can't say that. Oh. Well, it's a sidebar counter. Sidebar counter. 334. Now, the reason why you can't say this is because that implies that whoever wore the ankle bracelet for bond reasons means that he has been arrested, and that goes to a prior or something. You're not, for fuck's sake, prosecution, prepare your witnesses. Yeah, this is on purpose. Ignorance is not.
Specifics. Is there a number of reasons why someone may utilize a GPS monitoring service company like GPS monitoring?
Yes, sir.
And back in 2022, did you work for another company?
Yes, sir. ANA All County Monitoring Services.
Now, when did you first get into the ankle monitor? And if you could, Mr. Bailey, could you try to speak into that mic? Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. I started in ankle monitoring in September of 2016.
And can you, or let me ask you this. Since working in ankle monitoring since 2016, can you tell the jury your experience with the data that's collected on ankle monitoring in general?
Yes. For the Scram GPS ankle monitor, which we've used probably since 2017, I've seen all sorts of use cases and all kinds of data, location, and just a lot of data.
Is some of the data in what's called a Scram report?
Yes, sir.
Is some of the data in Excel spreadsheets?
Yes, sir.
Now, Before testifying here today, did you have the opportunity to review, and I'm approaching you with what's marked as 397 Victor Victor and 397 Victor Victor Alpha? One of those is a disc. Did you have an opportunity to review that disc before testifying here today?
Yes, sir.
And did you initial that disc after reviewing its contents?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what data is on that disc?
The disc contains, if I recall correctly, it's 2 different Excel reports containing location history data for Mr. Jackson, and the same, I believe, stop report, which is a summary of that location history, and an event details report that shows any events recorded by the device on his leg.
And is that 397 Victor Victor Alpha, that document, that scram report you had just mentioned?
Yes, sir. This is the stop report. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 397 Victor Victor and 397 Victor Victor Alpha.
My understanding is there's a disc and then a printed out report. Can I
Correct.
just see what the scram report is?
All right, those are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
At the time of this, the drinks murder, it seems like, any other homicide, Shannon had an ankle bracelet, GPS monitor. So they might have, if he had that back then, on the Donovan Thomas murder, well, then they would know where he was during the murder.
Now, before we get into these documents, can you talk about the technology of the ankle monitor in terms of, in general, how does it work?
Yes, sir. So the Scram GPS ankle monitor is, it's basically like a cell phone that attaches to someone's leg without a screen, but it does have a GPS antenna to ascertain location, and then a cellular modem in it to communicate that location data to the ScramNet system, where then location data is recorded in a minute-by-minute history.
So in these Excel spreadsheets, do they capture each minute of location data for whoever's wearing the monitor?
Yes, sir. Approximately every minute. Yes.
Now, are they battery run, the ankle monitors?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain what's the average shelf life of the battery before you have to charge it?
Yes, sir. So the manufacturer recommends that the device be charged for 2 hours per day, and that should last at least 24 hours continuously, never dying, as long as every day it's connected to a charger for 2 hours.
If a battery were to get low, is there any kind of warning system involved?
Yes, sir. The system itself, the device stores an event called a low battery event, and the person who is wearing the device would feel a slight vibration that lasts maybe about a second. And if they were to look at the device while it's in low battery on their leg, they would see a red light flashing on it.
If the battery were to die on the ankle monitor, is there any kind of data that is captured?
No, sir, not after the battery is dead. It can no longer record or communicate location data at that point.
And is one of the Excel spreadsheets a event details that shows low battery or plugins for the ankle monitor of what you have reviewed?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to publish the event details in 397 Victor Victor.
All right.
And specifically, it's going to come up on the screen, Mr. Bailey. I'm going to focus your attention on March 14th, 2022 at 7:34 p.m. And we're going to zoom in a little bit on this document. And what I may ask you, Mr. Bailey, and if I have an old school pointer that I may use so you can help orient the jury to what we're discussing. I'll find it here in a moment, but I also have a laser pointer that I think would do the trick. But can you describe the columns for this to the jury while I'm pulling that up? And I'm going to give you this laser pointer. You click this big red circle and it should, well, that screen consumes the laser pointer, but we'll make it work. This one should work. Yep, and it does. So I'm going to give you this laser pointer. Use it carefully, Mr. Bailey. Can you tell the jury what the columns and data this has?
So the first 2 columns are the person wearing the device's first and last name. The third column, column C, the events. That is any events that is logged by the device, including when the service was complete, anytime the location failed or communication failure occurred, typically due to a dead battery. There's also battery critical events, low battery, and any type of event that the device records. And then column D is just the date and time that that event was recorded.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bailey, I'm going to scroll down and ask you about a couple of these to March 14th at 7:34 p.m. Do you see that data? Can you show the jury where that date and time is on this Excel with the laser pointer?
Yes, March 14th at 7:34.
What is the event detail for this angle monitor at this time?
At that time, it was a battery critical event.
Now, can you tell the jury what does battery critical mean?
Battery critical, just it's below low battery. It's 10-15% battery remaining.
Would the person wearing the ankle monitor be alerted that the battery is in a critical state?
As with the low battery, it's the same type of event. At low battery, the device vibrates and there's a red light flashing. It's one way to look at it. And at battery critical, the device again vibrates and that red light keeps flashing.
Now, do you see the entry above that? And if you could show the jury at March 15th, 2022 at 12:07 a.m. What is the event detail at that point?
At March 15th at 12:07 a.m., it was a potential dead battery event.
Now I'm going to scroll up 2 rows and ask you about the next input. So after that 12:07, March 15th, potential dead battery, what is the next event detail?
So the next 2 events at 12:07 and 12:11 a.m. on March 15th were communication failure and location failure when the device, rather the system realized the device had no longer been communicating or providing location data.
Now,
March 15 is the day after. Well, battery critical at 7:34 p.m. Potential dead battery at 12:07 a.m. Okay.
with potential dead battery 12:07, communication failure 12:07, and location failure 12:11, are those events connected in terms of in the system?
Yes, the assumption is that the device is no longer communicating because the battery has died. Obviously, the device can't communicate that it's dead, it can't phone home with a dead battery, but it's correlated, assumed that the device has died.
Now, can you go up to the next input in this Excel? So we have, what's the next date and time? You can show the jury.
So that is March 16th, 2022 at 8:41 p.m. There's a communications failure clear event.
What does that mean?
That would typically mean the device has been charged and is now communicating and ascertaining location once again.
So from March 14th, 2022, you have battery critical. When, can you explain to the jury, you have this potential dead battery at 12:07. Does that mean that the battery died at 12:07, or what's the time range of when this alert would come?
Not necessarily that it died at 12:07. I don't remember the exact configuration at the time, but it's typically 60 to 90 minutes prior to that. Like I said, the device can't report once it's dead because it's dead. So a certain period of time passes where it's out of communication, that the assumption is the battery's dead.
Would the event report Excel that's minute by minute help give clarity on when exactly it died?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to publish for you report 2 Excel spreadsheet. And I'm going to scroll to the very bottom or the oldest date of that document. And from reviewing this report while it's coming up in general, and I can ask you when it comes up, what is the time frame for report 2?
If I recall correctly, report 2 is from January of 2022 through March of 2022.
If we scroll to, so you see at the top, it says January, and we're going to zoom in some. Can you explain for the jury while we're zooming in what these columns show?
Yes. So from what we can see here,
Can you use the laser pointer, Mr. Bailey? Thank you, sir.
column B is the person wearing the monitor's last name.
And then date and time column.
Date and time column is column D.
What about those numbers in E and F?
So E and F, that is the latitude and longitude of the GPS coordinates.
And what is the address in column G next to the lat and longitude?
The address in column G is the closest address that the system can correlate to the specific latitude and longitude recorded.
And then what is column H?
I see the discussion in the chat regarding these formatting and stuff. if I remember correctly, of what Max said on one of my Friday, or if it was Doug who said it, that they have access to the actual originals. Those are in Discovery. So they have checked these things before they are presented, at least to my knowledge.
Without seeing the header, I'm not sure. It's either accuracy or speed. It is accuracy.
Okay.
Column H.
And then column I.
And column I is the speed.
Okay. Now, and this is the one you described that's minute by minute.
Yes, sir.
So the last date, was it March 18th, and the first date was January 2nd of 2022?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, scrolling down, I wanted to ask you, is that roughly 2.5 months, give or take?
Yes, sir.
So if you wanted to see where the person wearing this ankle monitor was in terms of certain locations, if I control F or searched an address, would it populate how many times they've been at an address in 1 minute increments, or would it not?
Yes, sir.
So if I were to control F 2830 Waters RD for road and click find all, would that tell us how many times in minute increments the person wearing this ankle monitor was at that location in this 2.5 month span?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you see, because it's kind of hard, what the cells found is in the bottom left?
It says 3,331 cells found.
So I'm not going to ask you to do this math, but is that 3,011 minutes at that address
Yes.
between January 2nd, 2022 and March 18th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I wanted to orient you to 2:48 p.m. on March 14th. We're going to get to that location in this data, 2:48 p.m. on March 14th, 2022. And when it comes up, I'm going to ask you a couple questions. What is the location at 2:48 p.m.? And if you can use that pointer, Mr. Bailey, I appreciate it. Is that Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International Airport?
Yes, sir.
And then do you see in the rows above 2300, 2200 Rental Car Center Parkway?
Yes, sir.
I'm speeding this up to 1.5 because, oh, this is boring. Let me put this up there.
Are you familiar with what's at that location in general?
I believe that's the Hertz rent-a-car adjacent to the airport.
Now, we had talked earlier, but I wanted to ask you about the ScramNet GPS report. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the jury, this is minute by minute, what is captured on the ScramNet? Does that have every minute?
So the ScramNet, the stop report is more a summary. It's a named a stop report because you pre-configure a number of points at a location, and it'll only show you if the person has been there for more than that number of points.
Which would be 3 minutes?
On this specific report, yes, it's anything longer than 3 minutes. It marks down that they were there for longer than 3 minutes.
So if you wanted to check stable addresses for someone wearing the ankle monitor, would that ScramNet GPS be a good document to use?
Yes, sir. It's eliminates travel time driving around because you're moving and not staying in the same location.
Now, I'm going to publish page 6 of 7, and you have the physical document before you on what's.
Yes.
You can use that physical copy. We're going to zoom in on page 6 of 7 of that report on March 14, 2022 at 3:10 p.m. Now, while that's coming up, you know, on the far right column of that document, it has a date and time. Can you tell the jury what that date and time means? As in, what kind of columns does this document show us while it comes up?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
If you go to the very first page of that report while we pull it up, what are the different columns of data that we're looking at?
So again, the first column is the name of the person wearing the device. The second column is the number of points, which with a point being approximately once a minute should be at least that number of minutes at the location. The third column does actually show the amount of time there. And the fourth column is the address, again, the best correlated address from the grouping of GPS coordinates. And then the final column is the last date or time that they were at that location.
So if I was at 123 Main Street at 1 o'clock for 30 minutes, would the time on January 1st, just say, would the time and date on the far right be January 1st, 130, 123 Main Street.
Yes,
As
sir.
in- and if the number of points indicated 30, then I was at that address for 30 minutes.
30 minutes prior to the
Prior to
last
that.
date.
Okay. So with what we were just discussing, do you see that 220 rental car Center Parkway on this? And if you can use the screen, we try to zoom in on it.
Yes.
And is that March 14th, 2022 at 3:10 p.m.?
Yes, it is.
What is the next address that
Starfish and Coffee. Why have they skipped over the Waters Road with only showing the search and not the results? I believe it is because investigator Miss Burrito is going to testify about the results.
the monitor of Shannon Jackson went after the rental car location, or rental car Center Parkway, I should say?
So after that, it was at 2830 Waters Road, Atlanta, Georgia.
Now, I wanted to orient you to, we're going to scroll up a little bit to 6:30 p.m. on March 14th, 2022. And while that comes up, I'm going to approach you with what's labeled as 397 Victor Victor Bravo through 397 Victor Victor Juliet. Were you able to, in preparation for your testimony, review some locations that came up in this data?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you have the opportunity to review those documents before testifying here today?
Yes, sir.
And what are they in general?
In general, these are locations that the monitor pinged at, showing that it was there at the locations.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 397 Victor Victor Bravo through Juliet.
So the prosecution is nearing the end of their case in chief, and this is what they have.
All right, those are admitted.
So to orient the jury, this is March 14, 2022, what's displayed on the screen.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe the date and time in minutes for this 257 Flat Shoals Avenue, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia?
So it was March 14, 2022 at 6:56 p.m. and then again at 7:52 p.m.
And is there also one at 6:30 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And in general, with the amount of points or minutes there, what's a rough ballpark of how long at this address?
Just on the three on this page, approximately an hour and a half.
Now, I'm going to publish what's just been admitted as 397 Victor Victor Bravo. It's going to come up on the screen. And we're going to zoom in a little bit, but is this 257 Flat Shoals Avenue Southeast if you were to look at it on Google Maps?
Yes, sir, it is.
And did you see that red Dodge truck in the
Yes,
far
sir.
left?
Yes, sir.
Do you see that writing behind the truck?
Yes, sir. Window tinting.
And is this the address we were just discussing?
He already admitted to having the windows tinted. That's already in evidence. So now you're taking this poor guy to, okay, his ankle monitor says he was having his window tinted, just as he said.
For roughly hour and a half
Jesus
on March 14, 2022.
Christ.
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, what is the, looking back on page 5 of the GramNet report, do you see a time at 8:36 p.m.?
On page 5, yes, March 14, 2022, 8:36 p.m. is at 2830 Waters Road.
And after that, how many minutes is it at that address?
On this occasion, it says 3 minutes.
And do you see a 2830 Waters Road at 9:37 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
How many minutes is it at Waters Road on March 14, 2022 at 9:37 p.m.?
43 minutes.
Now I'm going to go back to the report to minute by minute XL, and I'm going to go to March 14th, 2022 at 9:50 p.m. It's going to come up on the screen here in just a minute.
Hold on. Let me get this straight. 2 days before the ending of Mr. Drinks, Shannon Stillwell went to have tint on his windows. The prosecution says not even 2 days before, a day and a half before, he got to have his windows tinted. But a day and a half later, he rolled down his window to shoot at Mr. Drinks. That tint would have been, because if they claim he shot from within his car, just roll down the window, shot, that tint would be covered with gunshot residue. If that is his claim, that he rolled the window down enough to shoot from within the car, that tint would be destroyed, wouldn't it? Am I completely off my rails here, folks? Yeah, and bubbles because of the heat. And there was none. At least not according to evidence. Yeah, I mean, 2 to 4 days, the windows must be up if you tint them. Well, it's possible it's already cured, but there's a strong possibility it isn't. And this is in March. It's possible the windows are already cured, but I wouldn't bet on it, especially not in March. And the heat and the gunshot residue and everything, the tint would be affected.
And we'll publish this in a minute, but while that comes up, do you have well, here it comes. So do you see the first entry at 464 Windsor Street Southwest?
Yes, sir. March 14th at 9:50 p.m.
I am going to publish 397 Victor Charlie, and then come back to this document. Was this one of the addresses that you reviewed that was contained in this data, the 464 Windsor?
Yes, sir.
And on the screen, is this the 464 Windsor Street Southwest?
Yes, sir.
And is there a gas station at that location?
Yes, sir. It's a BP gas station, I believe.
And this is at 9:50 on March 14th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go back to the report too. If you look at this report minute by minute, can you tell how many minutes someone's at a location?
Yes, sir.
So starting at the first 464 Windsor at 9:50, we're going to scroll up a little bit until the last time we see 464 Windsor. We'll stop right there. What's the last time it's at 464 Windsor?
March 14th at 10 p.m.
And can you show the jury that with the laser? So it's at the ankle monitor for Shannon Jackson is at the BP gas station for about 10 minutes on
Yes,
March 14th.
Yes, sir.
Now, earlier you had described about this latitude and longitude that we see here. Do you remember that?
Yes,
If you put in latitude and longitude into Google, will it give you an address?
it will.
Now, at 10:01, does the address change from 464 Windsor Street?
It does. It changes to 405 Cooper Street.
Now, if you were to put in the latitude and longitude depicted there, would you also get that address? So I'm going to show you or publish what's admitted as 397 Victor Echo. And this is at 10:01 p.m. on March 14, 2022.
Brandon, we didn't shoot anyone, but the prosecution alleges that Shannon Stillwell was involved or was the active shooter in the murder of Mr. Drinks. We saw the video and of the FedEx video we saw last week. I put up a video on it, which showed the prosecution's witness was a complete asshat. And now they're still trying to prove that Shannon was involved with everything and the kitchen sink.
Yes.
And you see that red dot in the middle, is that GPS coordinate location?
That'd be the GPS coordinate, yes.
And do you see that King's Liquor and a FedEx icon on this map?
Yes, I think that's the back of the BP gas station, same lot.
So at 10 p.m., the ankle monitor is at 464 Windsor, the BP, and then at 10:01, it is this location of Windsor Street.
Right, yes, sir.
Now, going back to report 2, at 10:02, where is the ankle monitor's location? It's going to come up in just a second. We're going to scroll up one column. Do you see where it says PJ V2 plus VR Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Is that also an address you can put into Google to see where the ankle monitor is at 10:02?
It's closer to it like a GPS coordinate. They call it a plus code, but it's like more like a GPS coordinate than an address. But yes, you can search that in Google Maps and it'll show the location.
I'm going to publish 397 Victor Victor Foxtrot. We're going to zoom in just a little. Is this that address at 10:02 p.m. on March 14th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
And is that the same King's Liquor and FedEx icons we see in blue on the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that this is more north on Windsor Street than where it was 1 minute before?
Yes, sir. Just north.
And is that I-20 that major highway that you see depicted on this exhibit?
It is.
Now, I'm going to go back to report 2 and ask you after that 10:02 p.m. March 14th input about some of the addresses next depicted. So we're going to scroll up a little bit and keep that laser pointer handy, Mr. Bailey. We're going to put it to good use. Can you see on 10:05 I-20 and 10:07 I-20 on this Excel?
Yes, I can.
And when the address is changed minute by minute, is that typically when someone is moving?
That would be indicative of traveling, yes.
Now, going back to, or I'm going to say this, we're going to scroll to the right to the column. You had mentioned earlier about speed and of the ankle monitor.
Yes, sir.
If I'm in a vehicle, will it track the speed of my vehicle?
Yes, sir.
I mean, in terms of my ankle monitor while I'm moving.
Yes, yeah, I believe it just takes the distance between the 2 points and the time it took. Divide distance by time, you get speed.
And was it column I that is the speed?
Yes, it is.
Now, what's the speed when it's at the intersection PJV2 plus VR at 10 o'clock? What was the intersection right there?
At that intersection, it's reading 18 miles per hour.
Can you use that laser pointer, Mr. Bailey,
Yes.
to show the jury? Now, 1 minute later at 10:03 p.m., how fast is the ankle monitor of Shannon Jackson going on March 14, 2022?
It says 90 miles an hour.
And at 10:04 p.m. on March 14, 2022, how fast is the ankle monitor of Shannon Jackson going?
What time did you ask about?
10:04 p.m.
Overruled.
At 10:04 p.m., it says 83 miles per hour.
Now, Mr. Bailey, how fast is it at 7:05 p.m.? Can you use that laser pointer, Mr. Bailey? Thank you, sir.
You mean at 10:05 p.m.?
Sorry, 10:05. Yes, sir.
That'd be 77 miles an hour.
What about at 10:06 p.m.?
10:06 p.m. is 80 miles an hour.
10:07 p.m.?
10:07 p.m. is 85 miles an hour.
I'm going to go up another column to 10:08 p.m.
10:08 p.m. is 79 miles an hour.
Now, I'm going to go back to the ScramNet GPS report to specifically where we get to 464 Windsor Street Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia on March 14th that we were just discussing.
Okay, yes, sir.
What is the next stable address after that? Captured on that report.
So after Windsor Street, March 14th at 10 p.m., the next address where the device with a stop report marked that it was longer than 3 minutes was 600 Interchange Drive in Atlanta, and it says it was there for 38 minutes, ending at 10:55 p.m.
Now, I'm going to publish 397 Victor Victor Golf. Can you orient the jury what these two addresses show?
So the right side of the screen is, I believe, the Windsor Street starting location
And the left icon,
is the 600 Interchange Drive.
and that this is just a Google map demonstrative, but what's highlighted in this screen is that I-20 going westbound.
That is the route between the two, yes, sir.
I'm going to publish. Oh, I wanted to ask you something else. Going back to the, remember how earlier we had mentioned to you about the battery critical and then getting recharged?
Yes, sir.
On this report 2 data on March 14th, 2022, We're going to pull it up now, and I'm going to ask you if the minute by minute increments ever stop. So we're going to scroll up a little bit. And is this the 600 interchange drive we were just discussing?
Yes, it is.
Now I'm going to stop here. And can you use this laser pointer, Mr. Bailey? And can you show the jury the last data point on March 14th, 2022? What time is that?
The last data point on March 14th, 2022 was at 11 p.m. at 600 Interchange Drive. And then the following data point was almost 48 hours later, March 16th at 10 p.m.
Does this coincide with what we first talked about, the battery critical and then the communication clear?
Yes, if I recall correctly from the event log, there was a battery critical preceding that last data point on March 14th.
And between 11 p.m. on March 14th, 2022 till March 16th, 2022 at 10 p.m., are you able to get any location data from the ankle monitor?
No, sir.
Now, when the ankle monitor does plug or comes back online to register data, what is the address?
So the address is 7055 Concourse Parkway in Douglasville.
And is that at 10 p.m. on March 16th, 2022?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, I'm going to publish 397 Victor Victor India. And if you want to get ahead of me, you can, Mr. Bailey, because you have the hard copies, but it should also come up on the screen. Is this the address that comes up for that 7055 Concourse Parkway?
Yes, sir. Appears to be a hotel.
Now, looking back at the Scram report that you have, is the ankle monitor at that hotel location for quite some time?
Yes, sir. Yeah, at least several hours. At least until March 17th, 10:52 a.m. So a little over 12 hours later.
So what is the next address after that 10:52 a.m. on March 17th, 2022 at the Concourse Hotel location?
The next address after leaving Concourse Parkway was 2481 Meadowlark Drive in East Point. That was March 17th at 11:37 a.m. was the last point at that location.
And I'm going to publish the Scram report on page 2. Is this what you were just discussing in terms of the 10:52 a.m. March 17th is the last time it hits at that Concourse address, and then the address above that is the Meadowlark Drive?
Yes, sir.
Do you see on this report, the third from the top, a 50 Mount Zion Road Southeast?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you know what's at 50 Mount Zion Road Southeast?
I do not.
What is the time and how long is the location at that site?
So 50 Mount Zion Road, the last point at that location was March 17th at 1:22 p.m. And it says it was there for 20 minutes. So it would be from 1:02 p.m. to 1:22 p.m.
Now, I want to fast forward to page 1 of this report at 2:56 p.m. on March 17th, 2022. What is the location at that time?
At 2:56 p.m. on March 17th, it was 1065 Cleveland Ave in East Point.
And was that also one of the locations that you looked at in preparation for your testimony?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to publish 397 Victor Victor Juliet. And this is 2:56 p.m. on March 17, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to be a Chick-fil-A?
Yes, sir.
Now, after that location, what from the Scram report, what is the next stable address that the ankle monitor reports location data for?
Be back to the Meadowlark Drive in Atlanta.
And does it have numerous data points at the Meadowlark Drive in East Point, Georgia, or Atlanta, Georgia, as you see the report where it has the different Meadowlark drives?
Yes, sir.
And does that continue for some time at that location?
Yes, sir. From at least 3:10 p.m. to 3:51 p.m., about 40 minutes.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
I don't know, Roy. I don't know.
Mr. Bailey, no further questions by the state.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Bailey, good afternoon. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let me just back up to when someone has, let me back up. Ankle monitor. I know it seems self-explanatory, but could you just explain what it is?
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about the device itself.
Yes, sir. So it's a kind of like a bracelet that goes on the ankle. There's a black box portion of it that contains the electronics to record GPS location data. And like I said, the cellular modem to communicate that data to the system. Then there's a strap that wraps around the person's leg from the device back to itself and secures it.
Okay, when you say a strap, are you talking about like a Velcro strap that can be taken on and off easily, or?
A hard plastic strap.
Okay. And for instance, if I'm getting an ankle monitor, do I just put it on myself, or does someone else put it on?
Typically someone from the service provider, the company would have to come and install it.
Okay. And without getting into exact words, if someone is putting an ankle monitor on my leg, your company, would you explain what it is, explain how it works, and explain the data it collects to me when you're putting it on my leg?
Generally, yes, sir.
Okay. So in your experience and expertise, someone wearing one of your ankle monitors would know what it's doing, know the data it collects, and know that you will be getting, be recipient of that data, correct?
Typically, yes, sir.
Okay. In other words, the person wearing the monitor knows they're being monitored.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Let's talk about the battery issue. I know that you testified that typically, if I were to charge my ankle monitor for 2 hours, it would be good for a day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How would I charge my ankle monitor?
So there's a proprietary charging cable that is issued to the person when they get the ankle monitor. It's standard, plug one into the wall and the other end attaches to the monitor.
Okay. And how many chargers do you typically give each person that's getting an ankle monitor?
One at time of install.
Okay. So there's no car charger like we have for phones?
No, sir. The manufacturer recommends not to do any kind of car charging.
Okay. And so to charge my ankle monitor, I would have to plug it into the wall, plug the charger into the wall, typical outlet, I'm assuming, in a house?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then plug it into my monitor to charge it, but the monitor stays on my leg.
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we say you got to plug it in for 2 hours, typically what we're saying is you got to be still for 2 hours while your leg has a device on it that's connected to the wall.
Right. Yes, sir.
Cool.
Interesting, because if I remember that that X-Files, PDF, those files correctly, there were some critical moments and then they turned on again a few hours later. Yeah, but in order for it to be charged, Shannon would have to sit still somewhere.
Now, in your experience, I think you testified that about a critical battery and then the battery running out on Mr. Stillwell's monitor on the evening or the early morning of March 15th.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. You've been doing this for a while. Mr. Stillwell's not the only person that's ever had a dead battery on his ankle monitor, is he?
No, sir.
It's quite common.
I'm not sure it's common is the right word, but it definitely does happen. Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you know, the state's or prosecutors focus on March 15th. Mr. Stillwell, you have his records of troubles with his battery going back to when he got the monitor, correct?
Could you clarify?
Well, you've displayed, or the state has displayed all these Excel with minute-to-minute updates and everything else. We can look at those records to determine if Mr. Stillwell has had problems with his battery in the past or if it was just on March 14th, correct?
Insofar as the battery dying, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe the event report goes further back than that.
Do you have the event report in front of you?
I do not. That's, I guess, on the CD, but not on paper.
Okay. We're looking at the printed out copy of the event report?
Yes, sir.
Refresh your record.
Mhm.
Okay, that goes. All right. That goes back to beginning of January 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it goes till March 17th of 2022, isn't that correct?
March 18th was the last
Okay.
event prior to when the terminate out of the system in September, but yes.
Okay. Let's just start, let's just, for time's sake, begin on February 1st.
Okay.
Okay, February 1st, going into February 2nd, on Mr. Stillwell's ankle monitor, at 6:18 p.m. on February 1st, there was a low battery.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 10:28 p.m., battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 2:48 a.m. on February 2nd of 2022, location failure, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
The battery's dead, correct?
At some point prior to that, it would be dead. Yes, sir.
Okay. 2:50 a.m. potential dead battery on February 2nd.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's not plugged in until 10:50 a.m. on February 2nd, says AC plug-in, correct?
Right. Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to February 4th. 5:10 p.m. low battery, correct?
Yes, sir.
8:09 p.m. battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, February 7th. 6:24 p.m. low battery, correct?
February 7th.
Yeah.
February 7th, 6:24 p.m. low battery. Yes, sir.
9:43 p.m. battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to February 12th going into the 13th.
Okay.
8:50 p.m. low battery.
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes.
12:46 a.m. on February 13th battery critical.
Yes, sir.
Okay, on February 25th.
Yes, sir.
8:58 a.m. low battery, correct?
Correct.
1 o'clock p.m. battery critical, correct?
Correct.
4:55 p.m. potential dead battery, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right, and that on that particular instance, the charger stayed uncharged or dead for some time, correct?
Correct. March 25th through, or February 25th through March 3rd.
Okay. So we're talking about 7 days,
Yes, sir.
approximately February 28 days, maybe 6 days.
6 days. Yeah.
All right, cool. March 4th, going into the 5th. 8:57 p.m. low battery.
Yes, sir.
12:20 a.m. on March 5th, battery critical, correct?
Correct.
4:45 a.m. potential dead battery.
Correct.
Okay, let's look at March 7th going into the 8th.
Okay.
9:04 p.m. low battery, correct?
Yes, sir.
March 8th at 12:34 a.m. battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
March 8th, 5:13 a.m. potential dead battery.
Yes, sir.
All right. March 8th, later on that day, 2:21 p.m. low battery.
Correct.
5:58 p.m. battery critical.
Correct.
9:48 p.m. potential dead battery.
Correct. Yes, sir.
March 10th, going into the 11th of 2022. 11:47 p.m. low battery, correct?
Correct.
March 11th, 3:32 a.m. battery critical, correct?
Correct.
8:10 a.m. potential dead battery.
Correct.
All right. So in that month and 10 days that we just reviewed, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, we had 9 different battery events, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And that's what we had on March 14th as well, correct? A battery event.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Not his first one,
Correct. No,
not
sir.
his only one.
No, sir.
Now, here's the thing about the battery event. March 14th at 10 p.m., it was working, right?
March 14th at 10 p.m. I think, yes, sir. Yeah, it was.
Right. It's that monitor that he was wearing that allows you to put him on Windsor Street, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're talking about dead batteries. March 10th, 10 p.m., the battery was still working.
Ta-da!
March 10th at 10 p.m.
Excuse me, March 14th, 10 p.m.
March 14th, 10. Yes, sir.
Still working.
Yes, sir.
So at the time of the killing, it worked. So no conspiracy by Shannon Stillwell to fool anyone. He had a working ankle bracelet on. They knew where he was all along. He told, yes, I was there, but I didn't.
So Now, other than just hoping your battery runs out, there's other ways to stop a monitoring company from tracking you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You could smash the monitoring device, correct?
Yes, sir.
You could also, and this is quite common, you could gnaw at with a knife and cut off the monitor from your leg if you didn't want someone to monitor you.
Yes, sir.
If you wanted to hide your location, you could do that,
Correct. Yes, sir.
okay? Was Mr. Stillwell's monitor smashed?
No, sir. Either of those two scenarios, the device can tell if it's been smashed or if the strap is cut, and it would show an event.
Mr. Stillwell didn't cut off the device either, did he?
Doesn't appear to, no, sir.
Okay, and in fact, at 10 o'clock on March 14th, the device was working just fine. It just needed to be charged eventually.
Yes, sir.
All right. And let me just ask you one more thing. When you were going through those locations on March 14th, 15th, and you Googled different addresses in?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you remember at 10:55 p.m. on the 14th, and this is in the stop report, 600 Interchange Drive, Southwest?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the state asked you to Google those addresses to figure out what's there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you, in fact, Googled the addresses and printed out pictures of what Google Maps says is at that location, 600 Interchange Drive, correct?
The state asked me to review them, but these are the state's.
Okay,
In the middle of this, thank you to Tracy Fagan for $2. Sounds like a crappy battery. Damn right. One charge also is supposed to last for months, if I'm not. And this one needs charged every 2 weeks. Yeah, that's a crappy battery. No weapon for me against me. Gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That gets us to 2 new members today. Thank you so much. We doubled the amount of new members today. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. And thank you to Tracy for your monetary support of this channel. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
so they printed them out and asked you to review them.
But I have Googled these addresses as well.
600 Interchange Drive, your monitor was showing Mr. Stillwell there on 3/14/22 at 10:55 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And that was the first location in your stop report from the Windsor Drive, or excuse me, Windsor Street address, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you have that picture of 600 Interchange Drive?
I do. Yes, sir.
Hey, little miss.
Okay, and this is where the monitor puts Mr. Stillwell at 10:55 p.m. on March 14th, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and have you been to that location?
I have not, no, sir.
Do you know if there is in fact a recording studio at that location?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
So, the ankle bracelet worked all the time during the crime. The previous witness, during this search warrant, the guns we found had nothing to do with the shooting. The cars we found had nothing to do with the shooting, but we found a pink hat. But I'm not surprised, because this is the level of evidence the prosecution has shown all the time. It is bullcrap.
Your Honor, can I have a 30-second approach with you and just short real quick?
Hey, sidebar. That gets us to sidebar counter 335. That's more than 30 seconds, Mr.
Ankle monitors.
Hotchkiss.
On cross, you were asked about cutting off an ankle monitor, smashing an ankle monitor. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
What happens when that occurs in terms of in the system?
There's an event recorded. If the device were to be smashed and separated, that shows up as a device tamper. Or if the device's strap were to be cut, that would show up as an event for a strap tamper.
And if the battery dies for whatever reason, does that show up as anything other than communication failure or low battery critical?
No, sir.
Now, you had mentioned about the charging is about 2 hours.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Is the charging of an ankle monitor in terms of the time any different than charging your phone at night?
No, sir. That's typically the analogy we use is you have to charge your phone every day. You have to charge your ankle monitor.
And is the person wearing the ankle monitor responsible for charging the ankle monitor and making sure that it is active?
Yes, sir.
And they are notified when the battery begins to get low. Is that fair?
By the device itself, by a vibration. And if they were to look at the device, they would see flashing red.
And on cross, you were asked about other times that the device stopped working or was not registering data. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Does that event details, that same document that you were looking at, show you when the device is plugged back in to be charged?
Yes, sir.
So for those gaps of time where there's no data, the device is not being plugged in to be recharged. Is that fair to say?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And you also had mentioned that the battery critical warning, there's a window of time for when it can die. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
So would the person wearing the ankle monitor know exactly to the minute when their battery would stop communicating with the monitoring company after that vibrating low battery?
Not to the minute. I mean, you could presume, like I said, there's a flashing light that continues from low battery through critical battery to dead. So if you were to literally watch the ankle monitor and see the light stop flashing, you could assume it's dead at that point. But
Before that light stopped flashing, would you know exactly how many minutes left before that specific battery dies?
no, sir.
And we had on cross, you were asked about that window of time, March 14th, March 15th. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And with the event detail data, or excuse me, the event report data, the Excel spreadsheet that we looked at, do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair or not fair to say that within less than an hour from 10 p.m. on March 14th, 2022, the battery or the ankle monitor for Shannon Jackson did not return a signal for roughly 48 hours?
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Okay, yes, sir.
Or you want me to ask one last question? My apologies. What happens when there's an alert for a device tamper or tamper with a strap?
Can you clarify what?
When you had mentioned the device getting separated or the ankle monitor being physically cut, you said it's a tampering notification. What happens with that notification?
Oh, typically someone in our office would immediately get like a text message and an email, and the way the system is oriented on the computer screen for us, that person moves from wherever they were alphabetically to the very top, and there's a flashing red light. It's a high alert for a tamper, and one of our employees would then call the person, see if it's something happened out of their control, and see if we can get them in to get it corrected, or if there's belief that there's an issue for public safety, we might call 911 and ask law enforcement to respond to the location. But tampers are addressed as soon as possible by our staff to make sure the device is still functioning and not a person.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bailey, I believe either you or the prosecutor said tampering. Charging a monitor is like charging a cell phone.
Like that's the analogy we use. You have to charge your phone, you have to charge your monitor.
Right. I mean, that's fine as an analogy, but do you connect your cell phone to your body when you're charging it?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have a car charger and a travel charger for yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And about these alerts, you never received a device tamper alert. Bottom line is you never received a device tamper alert for Mr. Stillwell with his
No,
ankle.
sir.
And you never received a strap tamper alert.
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness. And are y'all going in order? Is our next?
No, we have to go slightly out.
Okay.
Your Honor, state calls Michael Sayez.
Jurors, if y'all need to
Okay.
stand and stretch or anything while he's making his way in, go ahead and do that.
That was a useless witness for the state again, showing that Shannon's ankle monitor was working at the time of the alleged crime.
First and last name for the mic, for the courts.
All right. First name Michael, last name Sayas, Syass.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sayez.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Sayez, please tell the jury where you reside
East Point, Georgia.
and how long have you resided in East Point?
4 going on 5 years.
Okay. And I know you're wearing a mask, but can you just speak it to the mic a little bit?
Yes, sir. 4 to 5 years.
Thank you. Mr. Sayez, on or about March 17th, 2022, did you report finding a gun to the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you were doing when you found the gun?
I was walking my dog up the street,
Okay. And when you say street, what street?
Metal Art Drive,
Okay. And where did you find the gun?
off to the side in the field near a fence.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Sayez, I'm now showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 398 Victor Victor through 403 Victor Victor.
Okay.
Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes, this is the street going down to my block.
And how do you recognize those photos?
I walk down the street every day.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the area where you found the gun that you reported?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state moves to admit 398 Victor Victor through 403 Victor Victor.
Admitted.
Thank you. I'm now going to go ahead and publish. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. I'm now going to publish 398 Victor Victor. And right in front of your right hand, Mr. Sayez, is a pointer. It looks like a marker on the top of the desk.
Mhm.
And if you could turn around, there's a screen on 398 Victor Victor. Can you kind of orient the jury on what's depicted in 398 Victor Victor?
The street leading down to my house.
Okay. And what street is this?
Metal Art Drive.
Okay. I'm now going to go ahead and publish 399 Victor Victor. And tell the jury what's depicted in 399 Victor Victor.
The road leading down to my house, the area where I found the gun at.
Okay. And I'm just going to go back just briefly. 398 Victor Victor. And is this the entrance of Metal Arc?
Yes, that's a street leading up to Ben Hill.
Okay. I'm now going to publish 400 Victor Victor. And can you tell the jury what's depicted in 400 Victor Victor?
The area where I found the gun at.
Okay. And can you, with that pointer?
Right in that area. Right in that area right there.
Okay. And if it's easier, you can stand and turn, and it's up to whatever easy for you. Okay.
My arm's long.
I'm now going to publish 401 Victor Victor. And can you tell the states what's depicted in 401 Victor Victor?
The area where I found the gun at.
Okay. And can you highlight again with the pointer?
Right in that area right there.
Okay. I'm now going to publish 403 Victor Victor. And can you tell the jury what's depicted in 403 Victor Victor?
This is the street leading down to my house.
Okay.
This is Metal Arc Drive.
Okay. Now, if you continue to travel north on Metal Arc Drive,
That leads to Metal Arc Lane.
okay. And if you're going towards Metal Arc Lane, would you run into 2841 Metal Arc Drive?
Yes, that's going down the block.
Okay. Towards your home.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you found the gun, can you describe the gun for the jury?
Black gun. It was a black gun. I don't know guns like that. It was a gun.
Sure. And after finding the gun, what did you do?
Called the police.
And did the police respond to your call?
Yes, officer came out and I guess stayed in the area.
Did the officers collect that gun?
I believe so. I left.
Okay.
I went to work.
Now, in the time that you lived in that neighborhood and, walked your dog, have you ever found like a random gun on the side of the road?
No.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Questions for this witness? All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time. You're excused. Call you next.
So he found a random gun. Okay.
Witness.
State calls Detective Starks.
Okay, so this next witness is, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, this is one of those who don't want to be shown.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. State your first initial, last name.
First initial J, last name Starks, Starks.
Good afternoon, Detective Starks.
Good afternoon.
Detective Starks, are you employed?
Yes, sir.
And where are you employed?
With the City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta PD?
since around 2012.
All right. And can you tell the jury what unit you are assigned to?
Yes, sir. I'm assigned to the gang unit.
On or about March 17, 2020.
Great, another one who is trained by the by an employee of the DA's office and his colleagues. This circle jerk of training themselves, patting themselves on the back is starting to get annoying.
22, what unit were you assigned to?
The gang unit.
Can you tell the jury some of what your role and your responsibilities were within the gang unit?
Yes, sir. So I'm a detective. We investigate predicate acts such as aggravated assault, homicides, robberies, in and auto thefts. And we basically go out and investigate those crimes and add gang charges if applicable. So we document, we interview witnesses, victims, interview suspects, do undercover work, stuff like that.
Okay. Now, turning your attention to March 17th, 2022, were you requested to assist the gang unit with locating a suspect vehicle involved in a homicide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what type of vehicle were you looking for?
It was an Audi A5.
And where did you locate this vehicle?
So I was hungry, so I went to Chick-fil-A off of Cleveland Avenue. I was going to order some food, and while I was in the drive-through, the vehicle drove through.
Okay. I'm now going to publish 397 Victor, what's already been admitted. Oh, Juliet, 397 Victor, Juliet. And Detective Stark, is this the Chick-fil-A that you just referenced?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury what caused you to locate this vehicle?
So that morning when I arrived to work, my supervisor handed me a bolo, and he told me to look out for this vehicle in the area of Cleveland Avenue. So like I said, I was hungry, so I drove to the area. I went up and down Cleveland, did not locate it. And then when I pulled into the Chick-fil-A restaurant, that's when I located it.
Okay. Do you recall the what state issued license plate that?
Yes, sir. It was Maryland.
Maryland tag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after locating the vehicle, what did you do?
I immediately, so it pulled behind me. So I pulled back out the line and I pulled behind it, like 3 or 4 cars behind it to verify the tag. Once I verified the tag, I raised my supervisor and support units to come help, with a traffic stop. I raised our air unit, our auto theft unit, and more undercover officers to come in the area.
Okay. And I know you just briefly, but can you tell what law enforcement agencies also assisted?
Yes, it was East Point, Georgia State Patrol, and Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. And what else did you do?
I gave out the, I verified the tag and gave over the radio. I advised them what place he was in line, like in the drive-thru line. And when it took a long time for the food to come, so I guess they got the food. So it took like maybe 20 minutes, and then I guess they pulled out, and then I advised them responding units the direction of travel.
And what was that direction of travel?
We made a right out of Chick-fil-A. I believe that's going back west.
And did that complete your involvement in this case?
Yes, sir.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
All right, questions for this witness?
Investigator Starks, good afternoon. Max Shard, I represent Shannon Stillwell. As part of your work in this case, were you able to review a FedEx video?
No, sir.
From March 14th of 2022?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you take part, I know that you said you raised other units. Did you take part in any sort of apprehension of Mr. Stillwell on March 17th?
I drove to the area, but I did not participate because I was undercover, so I did not do anything to apprehend him.
Fair enough. Okay, so let me just ask you this then. You, other than when you were getting lunch,
Yes.
when you actually found the car,
Mhm.
that day earlier, you were looking for Mr. Stillwell because there was an arrest warrant for him.
I was looking for the vehicle,
Okay.
per se.
Okay. You were looking for a particular vehicle, that information had been given you emanating from Detective Hogan to be on the lookout for this vehicle, so an arrest could be made. Is that fair to say?
No, sir. So my supervisor just gave me a bolo with a vehicle with a tag description and said, hey, this vehicle was involved in a homicide. It should be around the Cleveland area and look for it.
Okay. All right. What was that description you were given?
A white Audi A5 with a Maryland tag. I don't recall the tag.
What about tints?
The car was tinted because I could not see the occupants of the vehicle when I was in Chick-fil-A.
Right. You could not.
No, the windows were up.
Okay. Exactly. So you were looking for a white Audi A5 with Maryland tags.
Yes, sir.
All right. And now, in your experience as an officer, this is not the first time you were looking for a specific vehicle, is it?
No, sir. It's not the first
Okay.
time.
In your experience, sometimes when you're looking for vehicles for law enforcement purposes, people ditch the vehicles or hide the vehicles or put them in a garage or put them up, correct?
That's a fair statement.
Okay. Other times, people might get a wrap. You know what a wrap is? Like a paint job?
Yes.
A wrap or a paint job on a vehicle to change the appearance of the vehicle.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Other times, people might get a different license tag number and take off the tag that they normally have on the vehicle and put on a different tag number, right?
Yes.
All to throw you off because they know that you're looking for them, or they believe that you're.
Yeah, what Mr. Shaw is going for here is Shannon never did any of these things. It was a rental car with tint. He never changed the license plate. He never tried to conceal that it was his car. He never concealed he was in the car. Nothing. But the prosecution is trying to elicit, oh, these sneaky bastards. Look how he tried to fool us with the ankle bracelet. This is so immensely stupid.
Looking for them.
Yes.
Okay. In this particular case, when you were looking for a white Audi A5 with Maryland tags, was the Audi in fact still white?
Yes.
Did it in fact still have Maryland tags?
Yes.
Did it in fact still have the same license number as you were given as part of the bolo?
It had to because, like I said, I verified the tag and everybody came to the location and verified it was correct tag when I gave it over the radio.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time.
Okay, that was witness number 6 for today.
Okay, that won't take long, right? We need a break.
So they are ahead of
All right, let's take a
schedule.
quick break.
They are ahead of schedule. They had 22, and now they have 16 left for the rest of the week. They might actually be done this week if they keep this up, but we still have Detective Viverito left, who will probably take some time. They are taking a quick break. Oh, they are going to talk about something. So not a break, not a break.
Any matters for the record before we break?
Just on the next witness, Your Honor, just so the record's clear, and Mr. Sharp and Mr. Watson both looked at the video that we're using, the part where it says anything about either being armed and dangerous has been redacted.
Okay.
So there's no issue from my understanding with the audio now.
On an entirely other.
Why did you take away the sound? Law and crime. Come on, this is public. Get the sound back on. Jesus Christ.
Yes, I hope so. If I I'll get my way.
Well, if it's gonna be longer than that, then
Okay.
tell him, he's an understanding judge, so tell him I can't give you to him for more than 10 15
Yes, Your Honor.
minutes.
Thank you.
All right, let's all take our afternoon break.
Okay, and since we were a bit behind, let's skip ahead. Or no, they went done for today. Hey, I told you, we are almost live. It's Detective oh, that's a long ass neck. Detective Neck is on the stand. Detective Neck is here. I wonder what she is going to talk about.
What's your last name? Okay. All right, everybody rise for the jury, please.
Oh, he's a real tall one. Okay, skip ahead.
You raise your hand. You swear for testimony you give. What? Oh, you swear for testimony you give it in truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
That's it. State, spell your first and last name. No, just take this, twist it off.
Chris Newman, CHRISNEWMAN,
And how are you employed?
Sergeant with the City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you served as a sergeant with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
since 2019.
If you can briefly tell the jury about your career with the Atlanta Police Department.
Started out as patrol officer in Zone 3 and Zone 2, 2012. Then I transitioned to the aviation unit as an officer in 2018. Got promoted to sergeant, went to Zone 5 as a sergeant, and then I went back to the aviation unit in 2019. And then as of January this year, I've been helping out with the construction site of the new police academy.
Sergeant, if you don't mind just pulling, that mic moves, that shorter one, just pull it towards you so you can talk into it. Thank you.
Okay.
If you can tell the jurors your job duties and responsibilities as both an officer and a sergeant with the aviation unit.
So as an officer, my responsibilities were as what we call a tactical flight officer. So basically the officer that works the camera systems, radio systems, and the spotlight systems, and communicates with officers on the ground in the helicopter.
And when you start off in the aviation unit, do you start off as a tactical officer?
Yes, kind of the pathways. You start as a tactical flight officer, and then then you can become a pilot if you transition into that.
And as a supervisor, what are your job duties and responsibilities with the aviation unit?
So my responsibilities were twofold. Main responsibilities were tactical flight officer and a pilot in command, as well as various administrative responsibilities.
Now, what types of calls will the aviation unit assist on?
Anything from helping locate missing persons, providing overwatch for parades or dignitary visits, or assisting with pursuits, police chases.
I want to direct your attention to March 17th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to assist the homicide and gang unit with a pursuit call?
Yes.
How did you get involved with assisting with that pursuit call?
That day I was performing the duties as a tactical flight officer, and we were requested to assist follow a white Audi.
And where is the aviation unit housed?
Hartsfield.
Once you received the call, what, if anything, did you do?
If they knew it was Shannon Stillwell's car, and they knew he had an ankle bracelet with a GPS, they could monitor him in real time. Jesus Christ, they put in a lot of effort to find somebody who wasn't hiding.
We had to get to the helicopter, start it up, and then get airborne and get this. My responsibility is get the systems going, camera system, radio systems, and then transit to the call.
And when you say get them going, what do you mean?
Turn them on.
Is there anything else you have to get in order to actually assist the police officers? Like what has to happen with the actual system itself?
So after we turn it on, the GPS systems has to sync on the camera. so it can get the GPS location log for the camera system and the mapping system.
And is your pursuit video and audio recorded?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review that pursuit from March 17, 2022 in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what's going to be marked as 337 VV. Tell me if you recognize 337 VV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the video we watched earlier, and I signed it. Yeah.
And did that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the pursuit from March 17, 2022 involving that white Audi?
Yes.
Did there appear to be any additions or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 337 VV into evidence.
No objection. And that is Commissioner Carter, you may.
From the airport to where you first encountered seeing the white Audi, about how long did it take to travel that distance?
I remember East Point's pretty close, so it was a couple minutes, if that.
And when you are serving and assisting, do you take over the responsibilities of kind of navigating the other vehicles that are in the pursuit on the direction of travel of your target?
Yes.
Man bun should never be a spoken word. I have to admit, before my hair got to a certain length, I had to have one of those for about 6 months. Then I could actually have a correct, proper ponytail.
Now, if you just orient the jury to where we are when we first, if you can orient the jury to the green items that are contained on the screen that we're looking at.
So if you just, let's start out the top left. You just have the date and time, and then we'll go clockwise around. So the next items are camera settings all the way at the top. And then the bottom right corner is where the camera is pointing location. Right now, the GPS system is still syncing, so it doesn't have a latitude and longitude yet. It takes a couple minutes for that to sync. And then if you continue going to the middle, you says IR cooling. That's just the infrared system has to cool down. It takes a certain amount of time. And then the bottom left is the actual aircraft location, latitude and longitude. And if you continue up along the left side, the middle of the left side is the orientation of where the camera is pointing in relation to the helicopter.
I don't know if you see that.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm up one in Cleveland, so when he pulls out, I can pick him up. I'm at Chevron, just about 20.
So this is the day after, in the middle of the day, they are searching for a car who they know belongs to Shannon Stillwell. Shannon Stillwell has an ankle monitor. This is such a waste of time and taxpayers' money. And in the middle of the day after, they could just call the ankle bracelet service. Okay, where was he last time? Check out his home. This is so stupid.
Get to the marshals that's coming and hire for a minute. I'm gonna see. It will be across the street. So if you follow
Going Roger, altitude check. We'll be
to the crosswise hour, but you're somebody going the other way. That's perfect. There's actually East Point police out here in the parking lot of East Point, of Chick-fil-A. Yeah, you working at 88. Thank you, for the market. What's a good 5 location? This is right. Hey, make it Cleveland Metro for y'all, Sean. Okay, copy. The week is above. The chance is above. We got one more deals. Let's give them the parking lot places there and get over.
Hey, Phoenix, that's a negative. Our mapping system isn't up yet. Give us another little bit.
All right, y'all. I'm still behind on for reference. Like I said, white Audi 85, Maryland for 8 over David, 7071. Black male, tattoo under his left eye, with red or pink video. He starts to get dread. And his head on the beanie.
Carrier 1 on station. All right, Phoenix, we got our mapping system up. We can call it.
1840 rear line, we got GSP, Giannis. And then there's an entrance off of Cleveland Avenue. And we're progressing towards the drive-by window right now. I can't say around the corner, but I think it looks like he's pulling out now, y'all. Y'all might want to go ahead and call Phoenix.
Yeah, he's pulling out to Cleveland Avenue exit. All right, he's making a right turn westbound on Cleveland Avenue.
Okay, to get us after westbound on Cleveland.
And again, so everybody knows, it's a white 4-door Audi. We are going to be in pursuit. We're currently westbound.
Okay, I have to get white Audi. What?
Yeah, from radio. I can have the radio. You don't need to. You can cancel the repeat. Coming up to Normanberry, continuing westbound through Normanberry, still westbound on Cleveland. And he's driving normally, only about 40 to 50.
So he's not trying to get away. He's driving normally.
Stand by until we get GSP or another mark in the whistle so you engage.
He's stopping for lights.
All right, he stopped at the red light, Cleveland and Harris, making a right turn northbound on Harris Street from Cleveland.
Hey, if I'm at Cleveland Metro, I need to go east or west. I got GSP County.
Westbound, he's at Normanberry, Harris and Normanberry.
Have you already passed Metro?
And
Yeah,
is this supposed to be a car chase? Because I don't see it.
All right, left turn southbound on North Martin Street.
Okay.
Anybody can 6-2 over to MA3. East Point's running a joint detail. They got a bunch of units out.
So not. I don't know where he's going.
No, he made a left turn southbound on North Martin Street. Now he's back at Cleveland Avenue intersection, making a continuing straight southbound on North Martin from Cleveland Avenue.
Here's the thing: if you recently been shot at, you will drive with weird irregularities. So just in case somebody is trying to follow you, you will notice. Remember, just a few days earlier, his friends were killed.
All right, is that Irene Kidd Parkway? Right turn westbound on Irene Kidd Parkway, coming up to Central Avenue. Irene Kidd Parkway turns into Washington Road, so he's continuing westbound on Washington Road from Central Avenue. All right, he's at the intersection with Main Street, Washington Road and Main Street, making a right turn northbound on Main Street from Washington. All right, he's making a left turn onto Dorsey Avenue, westbound on Dorsey Ave from Main Street. All right, he's coming up to East Point Street. All right, right turn the wrong way, northbound on East Point Street. So he's against traffic, coming up to Thompson Avenue. All right, he's making a left turn westbound on Thompson Avenue from East Point Street. All right, coming up to Church Street. Southbound on Church Street from Thompson. Made a right turn westbound on Dorsey Ave from Church Street. Passing Cheney Street, still west on Dorsey. At the dead end with Sims, left turn southbound on Sims Street from Dorsey.
Yeah, probably by now he
Washington
knows
Road.
that a
So
helicopter is
Washington Road
watching.
at Sims. Made a right turn westbound on Washington Road from Sims. All right, Tower, please, we're currently westbound, but we're going to slowly be pushing southwestbound here. Everyone, Roger, it is a slow moving, we don't have units behind you yet. All right, passing 8th Street on Washington Road, he's doing about 50 to 60 miles an hour. All right, coming up to Ben Hill, making a right turn westbound on Ben Hill. All right, he's coming up to the intersection with the low. So he's on Ben Hill facing westbound at the intersection with the low. All right, he's passing cars now, westbound, passing the low. All right, Ben Hill Road bends northbound, so he's north on Ben Hill Road. All right, Ben Hill bends back westbound, so he's continuing westbound on Ben Hill Road, 2300 block, coming up to Meadow Lark Drive. All right, he's making a left turn southbound on Meadow Lark Drive. All right, this is a neighborhood he turned into. All right, receive. If they can switch over to SOS. Meadow Lark bends westbound, so he's westbound on Meadow Lark, coming up the Boulder Way. All right, he's pulling into a driveway. 2481 Meadow Lark Drive. Driver is he got two running. Driver has a maroon colored beanie on, black jacket, blue jeans. They're both running northbound behind 2481.
Okay, yeah, that's a
Meadow
bad
Lark
thing.
Drive.
Now they are running.
Tower 1 over on station.
It looks bad, I mean. It looks bad.
All right, somebody get behind 2471 Meadow Lark.
Yeah, that looks bad.
All right, somebody get onto Ore Drive will be the north side of perimeter. All right, please be advised, I lost eyes on the one I was tracking.
Cops have been after him for years. Enemies have been after him for years. They just killed his friend. Yeah.
2481 Meadow Lark Drive.
We're almost up to actual live here.
If any units on the ground can confirm that they have both at gunpoint.
All right, copy that. They got both of them. One of them threw a bag directly on the 3 side behind 2481 metal art, black book bag. Okay. Okay, we got everybody secured. Got a GSP unit here at Meadow Lark. I'm not sure the numbers here, but Firearms RICO. Sergeant Kleinens. Hey, come on, go ahead. Are you down there on scene with GSP? Did they recover the book bag? Lieutenant Wolfo. I think we got your guy.
Now, just a few questions. When the screen goes from, it changes like black and white or like a grayish color, what is happening there?
I'm just switching from what we call the daylight camera to the infrared camera.
And what will be your purpose of switching from the daylight camera to the infrared camera?
As you can see, all the tree coverage, sometimes it's easier to continue following the vehicle when you switch to the IR camera.
Now, when you first saw the two individuals get out of the car, you described one of them having a beanie on his head.
Yes.
When they were walking back towards the street, did you see either of them with a beanie on their head?
I don't recall.
Are they now trying to claim that the pink beanie they found the day before the murder is connected to Shannon Stillwell might have lost his pink beanie the day after the murder? Oh, this is so stupid.
And while we're pulling it up, when you had to switch to MA3, what did that mean?
Just switching radio channels.
Do you see the individual in the blue jeans?
Yes.
Do you see him with a beanie on his head? With that same pink beanie that you saw earlier?
Doesn't look like it.
And do you see the individual with the white shirt on and the black jacket?
Yes.
Do you see that individual with the beanie on his head?
No.
So all of this was, did he have a beanie on his head at the time? Oh, for fuck's sake. Fork, F-O-R-K, fork, and nothing else. No other questions? Okay.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Newman. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? There's a lot of voices on that video, so correct me if I'm wrong. I believe your voice can be heard saying that you saw someone throw something in the bushes or throw a bag in the bushes.
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, ask permission to publish what was just shown, just beginning at 14:04. Yes, please.
Northbound behind 2481 Meadow Lark Drive. Tower 1 pursuit over on station. You got 2.9.
Is this after they pulled in?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Abate. Could you just, as a point? My apologies.
Coming up the Boulder Way. All right, he's pulling into a driveway. 2481 Meadow Lark Drive.
Okay. At this point, and you have the vantage point, you're the eye in the sky at this point, correct?
Yes.
And even though you're in a helicopter, which would be scary to me, you're able to look down on the ground and see what's going on as you're in a helicopter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you just saw the man in the pink beanie get out the driver's side, correct?
Yes,
Get out the white Audi with tinted windows.
correct.
And then you see another gentleman get out the passenger side.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Bate, could you display?
Driver is he got two running. Driver has a maroon colored.
It's okay. It's not. You were able to see who had the book bag, correct?
Yes,
Was it the driver or the passenger?
passenger.
Okay. And it's the passenger that you saw discard the book bag into the bushes, correct?
Yes.
All right. And, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect? All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Okay. Witness of number 7 gone. They are moving fast here.
Because Alan Glover.
Alan Glover, I recognize that name.
I do.
Alan Glover, ALLYNGLOVER.
Good afternoon, Mr. Glover. How are you?
Doing fine, thank you.
Mr. Glover, are you employed?
I am not.
Okay, and you're retired?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you previously employed?
City of East Point Police Department,
And how long were you with East Point PD?
26 years.
And were you post-certified during that time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as an East Point police officer, would East Point PD at times be requested to assist other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
All right. Now, specifically, has East Point PD been requested to assist other law enforcement agencies with apprehension of suspects?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on March 17, 2022, did you have the occasion to assist APD with the apprehending 2 suspects?
I did.
Okay. Please tell the jury how you got involved.
We were on a separate crime suppression detail in our city, and we heard on the radio that Atlanta was trying to locate a white Audi, and the radio traffic, it was coming toward where we were actively doing our investigations. So I was able to drive to a couple blocks over, and I was able to intercept that white Audi.
Now, can you describe for the jury the chase from the point to where you intercepted that white Audi?
Yes, I pulled out onto Ben Hill Road behind the white Audi. Was calling it out on the radio, turned on my blue lights and sirens. I was in an unmarked detective car at the time, and we turned onto, I think it was Meadow Lark Drive, and then we're talking 1 or 2 minutes maybe. They pulled into a driveway, and 2 males jumped out and ran behind the house.
And did you apprehend anyone?
I ran behind the house. 2 males did at my direction, lay down on the ground, and they were both apprehended.
And did that conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Questions for this witness?
That's witness number 8. All of a sudden, we only have 14 witnesses left in total.
Please call your next witness.
Jesus Christ.
GSP Trooper Campbell, Mark Campbell.
Trooper Campbell, also a name I recognize. All right. They are running through the witnesses.
Yes, sir.
State's video first, last name.
Oh, Mark Campbell, MARK CAMPBELL.
Good afternoon, Trooper Campbell. Are you employed?
I am.
And where are you employed?
To Georgia State Patrol.
And how long have you been employed with GSP?
18 years now.
Now, can you tell the jury what your role is with GSP?
Yes, I am a corporal.
And can you tell the jury some of the natures of your duties as a corporal?
Yes, I'm a supervisor over troopers who are under me.
And I'm going to just ask you to speak into the mic just a little bit for me.
Okay.
Okay. Now, as a trooper with GSP, are you assigned a vehicle?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. And is that vehicle equipped with video monitoring?
It is.
Now, if you're assisting in a car chase, when does your video system activate?
Whenever you activate the emergency blue lights.
Now, on or about March 17th, 2022, did you assist APD with a car chase?
I did.
And is it common for a GSP to sometimes assist APD with car chases?
Yes, sir. When we're requested, yes.
And can you tell the jury, how did you assist APD?
I was attempting to catch up to it and just got like to the tail end of the pursuit.
Okay. Now, was your car video system operable on March 17, 2022?
Yes, sir, it was.
And did the system record the chase that you were assisting in?
Yes, or it recorded me attempting to catch up to it. Yes.
Okay. And did the car system record the recovery of a gun?
Yes, sir, it did.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to
Okay,
review that
so
footage
this is
before,
a
your
short
testimony
video
today?
as well?
Yes, sir, I have.
Or short witness as well?
So I've already previously showed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 228, Victor Victor. Commissioner, question?
You may.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It's the DVD that I initialed and dated.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of your body cam on March 17th? I'm sorry, your dash cam on March 17th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
At this time, State's moves to admit 228 Victor Victor.
228 or 328?
228 Victor
Okay.
Victor.
I submitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. And Ms. Knight, we're going to start the video at 2 minutes and 15 seconds. In just a moment, it'll pop up in the screen right behind you, Trooper Kimball.
I think it'll be on the one in front of you too.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Well, we are basically live now, so I can't skip through this.
And while we're waiting for the video to come up, Trooper Campbell, can you just kind of briefly walk the jury through the chase?
Yes, sir. To the best of my recollection, I again was attempting to catch up to it, and I pretty much got to the point where I turned onto Metal Arc Drive, and that's when, as I made a left turn onto Metal Arc, I observed a black pistol laying in the middle of the road, or off to the side of the road, kind of in the middle. And I drove past it and I started radioing that I observed it in the roadway. And I saw the next street, which I believe was Metal Arc Lane. And I pulled into it, did a 3-point turn, and went back and to secure the weapon and put it in a bag to give to the officer there, the initiating officer there on the scene.
Okay. And you made a left onto Metal Arc Drive from Ben Hill, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Just the video is coming up just shortly.
I don't understand why this is even necessary. They had the helicopter, then they had the previous guy, and now they have this guy. This guy's testimony, I understand, because retrieving of a gun. But the previous one, not necessary. My guess is that they will try to stretch this until Friday. That is a common tactic among lawyers and the prosecutors and the defense attorneys, because then you get the absolute final part of what they want to say and let the jury stew on it over the weekend. But in an 11-month trial, I don't think that matters, especially not if you pissed off the jury already. Was that it?
Court indulge for a brief moment, Your Honor. And if we can pause it right here. At 2:32, we're paused. Trooper Campbell, is this the intersection of Meadowlark Drive and Meadowlark Lane where you're doing that 3-point turn?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so at this point, you've already saw the gun.
Yes, sir. I've already observed it.
Okay, and you are returning back to where you observed the gun?
That's correct. Like you said, and I said, doing a 3-point turn, just going back to the weapon.
Okay, we can continue.
Oh, they had litigation about this because the original car chase, this is why I remember his name. It was litigated in one of the jury pauses. And because the state wanted to show the entirety, the full 15-20 minutes. But Judge Whitaker told them, no, only the gun part. Now I remember. That's why I remember him.
And if we can pause right here. Is this where the, you see item in the street?
I'm sorry.
Did you see item in the street?
I did,
Okay.
yes.
And what was that item?
It's a black pistol.
Okay, and now is this closer towards the beginning of Meadowlark Drive?
It is.
Okay.
If you guys haven't thrown a thumbs up yet, please do so, promoting this stream to more people. Thank you. Oh, am I?
And Trooper Campbell, is this you recovering the item?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay.
And the allegation is that the gun
And
was
what did you do
in
with the
the
gun after you
car.
collected it?
Placed in my vehicle and drove it back to the actual final destination of the pursuit.
Which was?
It's just past Meadowlark Drive and Meadowlark Lane. I don't
Right past that. I'm sorry, cut you off. So right past that intersection where you turned around at?
Yes, sir.
Okay, nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
When you were first traveling in that video down
Yes.
Meadowlark,
Yes, sir.
what direction were you traveling?
That I do not know.
Okay, let me rephrase it then. I can
Forward.
word it a different way.
No.
When you doubled back and located the gun was in the video, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. You saw you pulled up on it. It's that black thing that is in the roadway.
Yes, sir.
Okay. going by the way, not after you doubled back and turned around, I'm talking about the original direction you were going. Was that gun on the right side of the road or the left side of the road? Going by the original way you were going?
It was more so towards the right.
Okay. So if a car was going in that direction, the way you were going initially when you were catching up to the chase or whatever we want to call it,
Yes, sir.
that gun was on the
Oh,
passenger side of the road.
Yes, sir.
And did you see anyone throw the gun or anything like that?
No, sir, I
at that
didn't.
time?
No,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
You ready to wrap?
yeah.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow. Witness number 9,
Also known as Angela Camp.
making it 13 more witnesses for the rest of the week. Okay. And we are now basically live. And we are live.
Angela Camp, ANGELA CAMP. At the time I worked this case, I was Angela North, NORTH.
Good afternoon. How are you currently employed?
I'm currently a high school math teacher.
And how long have you been serving as a high school math teacher?
This is my second year.
Prior to serving as a high school math teacher, what, if anything, did you do for work?
I was a firearms and tool marks examiner for the Georgia Bureau of
Oh,
Investigation.
God,
And how long did you work for the
no.
Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
Shit. How can you go from shit science to math teacher? Is it because you discovered that you performed shit science? Oh, God, no. I'm very happy she's a former toolmark analyst. Or she got fired. Yeah, that could be something.
Almost 6 years.
If you can tell the jury about your education and training in ballistics and firearms analysis.
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Georgia. Once I was hired with GBI, I underwent a 17-month training program where I learned ammunition manufacturing and development, firearms manufacturing and development, muzzle to target distance determination, serial number restoration, and the majority of my time was spent on a comparison microscope comparing bullets to bullets and cartridge cases to cartridge cases to determine if they were fired from the same firearm. In addition to that, I have completed multiple certified armorers courses, and I have also served as a supervisor for new scientists. And I have toured various manufacturing facilities where they're actually making the guns and making ammunition for the guns as well.
When you were working at the GBI, approximately how many cases dealing with firearms did you analyze?
Hundreds.
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Ms. Angela Camp as an expert in the area of firearms and ballistics analysis.
All right, she is so qualified and may testify as an expert.
When you
Hey,
were serving as a
Trenton.
firearms examiner with the GBI, what were some of your job duties and responsibilities?
So it varied depending on what the case entailed. Typically, I would look at bullets from autopsies or cartridge cases found on the scene, and I can explain a little more in detail what cartridge cases are. And I would analyze them to determine what type of firearm they were fired from, and if there were multiple, I could look and see were they all fired from the same firearm, were they not, and so on. If I had a suspect firearm, I could create test fires of that firearm and compare them to the evidence to see was this the gun that fired these evidence or not.
Short version here. Everything she is claiming here is subjective. It is her opinion that these supposed tool marks are actually matching. It's very rare that the jury actually get to see the pictures of the comparison to make their own judgment. And we learned from the Delphi trial that the last year, 2 tool mark analysis laboratories has been closed in the United States because they couldn't determine what was primary tool marks and secondary tool marks. And these are guys who for decades have put people in prison due to their tool mark analysis testimony. This is entirely subjective and should be treated as bite mark or lie detector, which both are no longer admissible as evidence in court. It is a shit science. It has always been a shit science, and hopefully within a convenient passing of time, this will be thrown out as reliable evidence as well.
In addition to that, we also did tool mark services. I mentioned earlier muzzle to target distance determination. That's just seeing how far away the muzzle of the gun was from the target at the time that it was shot. And then we also did serial number restoration. Additionally, once we identified that a firearm was involved in an incident, then I would do a check function test on that firearm, making sure all the safeties worked, making sure the firearm was healthy, testing for trigger pulls, and so on. It's like the value of the trigger pull.
I want to direct your attention to case number, DOFS case number 2022-1007212 and 2022-1008-698. Have you had opportunity to review those cases?
I have reviewed them. I don't have copies with me now.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to hand you what I'm going to mark as 500 VVA and 500 VVB. First, do you recognize those two items?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize those two items?
They have their copies of my report. They have my signature on them, as well as the case numbers that the GBI placed on these cases.
And does this appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of your reports for those two case numbers, DOFS case number 2022-1007212 and 2022-108698?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Exhibit 500 VVA and 500 VVB into evidence.
Admitted.
First, starting with both of those DOFS case numbers, is it the same report with two different numbers?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And sitting here today, do you know why there'll be two reports with two different numbers, the same report with two different numbers?
Sometimes when evidence gets submitted, they're not related initially. And so GBI will give the evidence its own case number. And then once it's related later, the evidence will be intercompared and each one will just have its own case number, but they will be compared to each other.
Okay. And we will operate then off of 500 VVA, which is 2022-10072.
I have no idea when this will end. I have no idea. Dan Fertel, Nick, what time will it end? Well, today, hopefully soon. It is 4:30 p.m. there, so maybe another hour. This is their witness number 9 today. And from what I've heard before today started, the state has 22 more witnesses in their case in chief. And so there are 13 left. But one of those is investigator gang expert Miss White Burrito. So we don't know how long she will take.
1-2. First, what agency submitted evidence to be tested?
The Atlanta Police Department and the Fulton County Medical Examiner.
And what is the agency reference number for this case?
For the Atlanta Police Department, it is 220-731-882.
And who was the victim in the case?
Shimel Drinks.
And what did you receive to be tested?
I received a .40 caliber bullet and I received another .40 caliber bullet.
Okay. Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 390 PV. and 389 BB. Tell me if you recognize those items.
I do.
How do you recognize them?
This is my seal and initial from the GBI. And also it has my item number and case number associated with both of these.
And do they appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you tested it back in 2022?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 388 BB, 389 BB, and 390 BB as evidence.
I'm sorry. Can I see 388?
389.
Okay, just two. Okay, I'm good. Thank
So
you.
what is it? 388?
389 BB and 390.
All right, so no 388. All right, those are admitted.
And what type of testing were you able to do with those two items?
I was able to compare them to each other to determine if they were fired from the same firearm, and I was able to determine a type weapon list of what may have fired it.
And first, were they fired from the same firearm?
Yes, they were.
And what type of firearm was it consistent from being fired from?
Glock 40 caliber pistols.
And after doing your report, did that conclude your involvement as it relates to this DOFS case number 2022-1007212?
Yes.
Did you also do additional testing in this case for DOFS case number 2023-1001777?
Yes, I did.
And did it also have the same case number, did also a report with the same case number of the 2022-1007212, a similar report as the 2023 case number?
I believe so.
Do you need to look at a copy of?
That would be helpful.
Yeah. In science, you basically never say this is the probability. In science, there never is a thing as 100%. So you cannot say it definitively without having blind tested. Not even after blind testing, you can say definitively. You can say something of the sort of to a degree of my shit science certainty. But definitely is bullcrap. Absolute bullcrap.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 503 BB and 504 BB. Tell me if you recognize those two reports.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize those two reports?
These are also copies of my reports.
And do those appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of your report that you generated for the items that you tested in this case?
They do.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 503 and 504 VV into evidence.
Admitted.
And again, looking at 503 and 504 VV, do they appear to contain the similar information in both reports?
Yes. All right.
We're going to look at the DOFS case number ending in 1007212. Who was the agency that submitted the items for testing?
The Fulton County District Attorney.
And who was the victim in that case?
Shimel Drinks.
And what were you given?
I received an FN 57 pistol, some cartridges, which is unfired ammunition, and 11 cartridge cases, which are fired ammunition.
All right. Permission to approach?
You may.
First, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 221 BV. Tell me if you recognize 221 BV.
I do. It has my seal and initial on it, as well as the GBI case number and item number.
And what is contained in 221 BB?
This is the 5.7 pistol.
And I'm also going to now show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 424 BB. Tell me if you recognize 424 BB.
I do. It has my seal and initial again as well.
And looking inside of 424 BB, tell me if you recognize any of the items inside of 424 BB.
Yes, these have my initials and item number as well as seals on them.
And what are those items?
These are the 11 5.7 cartridge cases. Okay.
And are those the items that you tested that were given to you by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, they are.
And Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 221 BB into evidence.
Admitted. Thank you. It's admitted without objection.
If I knew this garbage was about to be testified to, I would have started a bit later so I could play this in 1.5 or something. Yeah, Gwendolyn, that's more organized than the jewelry was.
I was able to compare these cartridge cases together to see if they were fired from the same firearm. And then I also compared them to this firearm to see if this was the firearm that fired it.
So first, were the items that you tested, the shell cases, fired from the same firearm?
Yes, these were all fired from the same firearm.
And then were those items fired from that firearm?
Yes, they were.
This is... I really, really hate this testimony because, oh, definitely. What method did you use? How many actually matched? How can you sit there as a math teacher and talk about absolutes like this when it comes to tool mark analysis? It is absolute. I don't care what. Angela Camp. Why? Why do you're teaching math? Math, probabilities. You obviously have education in it, and you still speak as, oh, there's a match. What kind of match? Was it 1, 2, 3 points that matched? What kind of match was it? The problem here is, folks, most people actually believe in this crap. Tool mark analysis. Most people actually believe this is a science. But then again, people 120 years ago believed that measuring your skull determined who you were as a person. If you were a lower grade person or a higher grade person. And this is a roughly 150-year-old science. It's the same era that this garbage rose from. Same era as, World War II Austrian painter. It's the same era as skull measuring. It's the same area as skin color. You know that Belgium had human zoos up to 1958, where they had kids from different ethnicities up until 1958. And her science is from the same era. Just because a science is old and has been used in trials for 100 years does not mean it is a good science. All other sciences, actual science, has evolved because they find out new stuff that makes them correct or adjust the previous thought. Tool mark analysis has not changed for 150 years. They might have better tools like microscopes and stuff like that, but it's still the same shit science.
You may have said, and forgive me, what type of shell casings were the shell casings that you tested?
So they were the caliber 5.7 by 28 millimeter.
After determining that FN firearm fired those shell casings and creating a report, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes, I did a check function test on the firearm as well, and then that concluded it.
And what's a check function test?
It was operational. It's where I test the trigger pulls, I test every safety, I take it apart and look at it and put it back together.
And what was the conclusion after doing the check function test?
It was healthy and operational.
Court's indulgence for a moment. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Camp.
Good afternoon.
Max Shard is my name. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? All right, thank you. Just want to back up before we get into specifics. Seems like you did two different types of tests in this case. You had one situation where you had a firearm and you were comparing the firearm with shell casings, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now in your line of work, what that test, that matchup, what's that called?
Firearms identification.
Firearms identification. Okay, and then it seems like also in a separate report, you had two, not shell casings now, not a firearm, but you had two bullets, correct?
Correct.
And you were trying to determine if those bullets were fired by the same gun, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what is that test called?
That's also firearms identification.
Okay, I didn't get very far with parsing those out if they had the same name. Okay. Let's talk about your work on February 3rd, which was involved the shell casings and the gun, okay?
Mhm.
All right. Now, you receive 11 shell casings, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and those shell casings, what caliber of shell casings were those?
Those were 5.7 by 28 millimeter cartridge cases.
Okay, and that was in case number,
Would you like me to read it?
do you have what I'm trying to figure out is, do you have a cross-reference number so we could compare this to actual incidents, know where those shell casings came from?
No, I do not. As far as on the scene where they were collected,
Yes.
I do not.
She got shell casings from different scenes. And they didn't provide her with what scenes? Are you kidding me? She doesn't know which cases these these casings come from. What the fuck? Fork. Are you joking? Are you joking? You presented this as this was from the same case. Are you kidding me? They're not from the same case. The prosecution, again, as they started out this morning with not revealing what case they were asking the witness about, and it turns out it was the case against the shooting against Shannon's friends. a crime against the YSL. And now this woman is testifying about shell casing we were led to believe was about this latest crime that Shannon Stillwell is accused of. And let's keep listening to see what.
You received them from APD? Or from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, Fulton County DA.
Okay. And they gave those to you on January 17, 2023?
Correct.
All right. And it was 11 of them?
Yes.
Okay. And then you're also given a firearm, a 5.7 by 28 firearm, correct?
Yes.
FN.
Correct.
All right. And you're given those by the district attorney on December 15, 2022?
Correct.
Okay. And then additionally, you're given 19 unspent rounds.
Yes.
Okay. So your work on this case, you got 11 spent rounds that were collected. Your Honor, I think we have a stipulation.
Okay. Your Honor, we're going to stipulate that the shell casings referenced in her report come from the March 16, 2022 shooting at 2830 Wardsboro.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Y'all
Ms.
write
Sullivan.
that up for me at some point, okay?
Okay.
March
So based on the
15?
stipulation, you have 11 shell casings collected from 20.
March 15. But let me get this straight here. Mr. Drinks was the 14th, right? What shooting was the 15th? Oh, I hope Mr. Short will tell us. And thank you, Steve Keat, for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Everybody who was gifted, say a huge thank you to Steve Keat. Thank you so much. Bringing up the number to 7 new members today, who now have access to all my members-only content. And yeah, so I'm still in an awe here. What? March 15th shooting? Yeah, wasn't nuts unaliving on the 15th, but which year? Yeah, nut was January 2015. But the Drinks shooting was on the 14th. So which shooting is this? I'm not even sure which shooting they are talking about. Do I remember correctly? The evening of Drinks was unaliving was in 2022, March 14th. The Donovan Thomas was in January of 2015. Oh, sorry, Drinks, March 14th, 2022. And the Donovan Tom. This Stilwell's house was shot at on the 15th. Thank you, Steve Keat. So are these shell casings against Stilwell? Or was it the 16th? Let's continue to listen to Mr. Short. He might tell us.
8:30 Waters Road incident on March 16th. Okay.
March 16th. Okay. So he's talking. Okay. Let's go back a bit.
In 2022, shooting at 2830 Waters Road.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Y'all
Ms.
write
Hill.
that up for me at some point, okay?
Okay. So based on that stipulation, you have 11 shell casings collected from 2830 Waters Road incident on March 16th. Okay.
Okay, March 16th.
You're saying, okay, wasn't part of the stipulation. Okay.
I don't know where they came from, where they
Fair
were
enough.
collected. Okay.
But they also provide you with the unfired cartridges, and you use those unfired cartridges that came with the gun to test fire the gun, correct?
Yes, I used 3 cartridges from the 19 that were unfired to test fire the firearm.
And then because you test fired using that FN 5.7 handgun, you now have the markings from that firearm, and you can compare them to the shell casings collected from 2830 Waters Road on March 16th of 2022.
What I can testify to
Okay.
is that I did create those test fires, so I have the data from the gun, and I compared them to the 11 cartridge cases submitted to me, but I wasn't there when they were collected. So just to clarify that part.
Understood. And you determined that the FN firearm, the 5.7 that you were given, was the firearm to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, was the firearm that fired those shell casings.
Oh, Shard, you're good. He changed her answer in his question to reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
That were collected and provided to you by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, it was the fire in that.
Okay, perfect. Now, the other work that you did on this case, and I'm going to your other report.
Okay.
Okay, you were provided I'm referring to 389 VV and 390 VV. Do you have them up there with you?
I believe so. The 40 caliber report.
Yes, no, the exhibits. May I approach?
You may.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
390 and 389.
This is 389 and 390 VV.
Yes.
Okay. In this report, when you had 2 bullets and you were trying to determine if they were fired by the same gun, right?
Correct.
Okay. Even though this was provided by the ME's office, correct? Fulton County ME's office?
Yes.
Okay. And the ME is the people that perform autopsies.
Right. The medical examiners.
Okay. Do you have any notes or knowledge of are there 1 or 2 projectiles in this package?
There's only one. The other one contained fibrous material.
Okay, so you got a projectile and fibrous material in here. And do you know where these came from, other than the ME's office?
I know they're from which victim it's from.
What's that?
Chamel drinks.
Chamel drinks, okay. And then here is another projectile with victim Chamel drinks. Correct?
Yes. On the same report. That was the victim listed on the report.
Okay. And so what you were tasked with, you were given something from the ME's office, a projectile from the ME's collected by the ME's office and given to you, and then a projectile provided by the Atlanta Police Department.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And you were tasked with determining if those 2 projectiles were fired with the same gun.
Correct.
Okay. And now those 2 projectiles, and when I say projectiles, we're talking about no longer in its casing. They've been fired. They're not in the shell cases anymore, and they may or may not have hit someone. Is that fair to say?
Right. It's the part that has traveled down the barrel of the firearm.
Okay. Those 2 projectiles that you were comparing to each other, isn't it true that they were both 40 caliber bullets?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were asked to compare them, and you determined that those 2 fully 40 caliber bullets were shot by the same handgun.
Yes.
And that handgun was consistent. Your report says consistent with being shot by a Glock 40 handgun.
Correct.
Okay, and how do you make the determination about specifically, just from those little pieces of metal, that they were fired by a Glock 40?
So there's different manufacturers will rifle the insides of barrels differently. And what I mean by rifling is that manufacturers will put a series of lands and grooves on the inside of the barrel to make the bullet spin. And the reason to do that is to make it more accurate and to make it travel further. Well, different manufacturers will do different things. Sometimes they'll have 6 lands and grooves going to the left.
I need to go back and listen to this again. Sorry, folks.
So what you were tasked with in the office.
I know they're from which victim it's from.
What?
Chamel drinks.
Chamel drinks, okay.
Okay.
And then here is another projectile with victim Chamel drinks. Correct?
Yes, on the same report. That was the victim listed on the report.
Okay. And so what you were tasked with, you were given something.
Tracy Fagan asks, if I'm on a jury, can I share that this is junk science? If you're in a jury that is allowed to ask questions to one of these, I would suggest, I'm not telling you to carefully formulate a question regarding if this is a contested science anywhere in the United States. Thank you for your super chat, Tracy Fagan. So she has 2 reports. The first one was about March 16th, the shooting of the house. This other report seems to be about the drinks murder.
From the ME's office, a projectile from the ME's collected by the ME's office and given to you, and then a projectile provided by the Atlanta Police Department.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And you were tasked with determining if those 2 projectiles were fired with the same gun.
Correct.
Okay. And now those 2 projectiles, and when I say projectiles, we're talking about no longer in its casing. They've been fired. They're not in the shell cases anymore, and they may or may not have hit someone. Is that fair to say?
Right. It's the part that has traveled down the barrel of the firearm.
Okay. Those 2 projectiles that you were comparing to each other, isn't it true that they were both 40 caliber bullets?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were asked to compare them, and you determined that those 2 fully 40 caliber bullets were shot by the same handgun.
Yes.
And that handgun was consistent. Your report says consistent with being shot by a Glock 40 handgun.
Correct.
Okay, and how do you make the determination about specifically just from those little pieces of metal?
So this shit science is now proving that whoever shot Mr. Drinks did not use a gun that was found on Mr. Stillwell's premises.
That they were fired by a Glock 40.
So there's different manufacturers will rifle the insides of barrels differently. And what I mean by rifling is that manufacturers will put a series of lands and grooves on the inside of the barrel to make the bullet spin. And the reason to do that is to make it more accurate and to make it travel further. Well, different manufacturers will do different things. Sometimes they'll have 6 lands and grooves going to the left. Sometimes they'll have 8 lands and grooves going to the right. Sometimes you can tell that the tool was different that they used to rifle them. So all of this data is measurable, and we can enter it into a database maintained by the Association of Firearms and Tool Marks Examiners. That database has also been maintained by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well. So once we enter the data into the database, it will return to us the list of firearms rifled in that way. These in particular were consistent with Glock in the way that Glock rifles their firearms, the type of tool that they use, the way that the lands and grooves are, the number of them, and the direction that they're twisting as well.
Hey, Farrell. Everybody say hello to Farrell. Oh, yeah, she's really, really, really trying to say, oh, yada, 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 it's his gun. but it isn't.
Your Honor, I think we have another stipulation
All
in
right.
fact to try to ease this along.
Shaded?
I think both sides stipulate that the 240 caliber bullets were, one was collected by the ME during the autopsy of Jamal Drinks, and one was collected from the red Versa by APD. That red.
Oh, so one bullet was from inside just the car, and the other was inside both the car and Mr. Drinks. Okay.
Versa driven by Jamal Drinks.
Thank you.
Okay, so those 240s based on 240 caliber bullets based on your work on this case, fired by a Glock 40.
Yes.
Okay, now going back to 221 VV, the handgun in front.
Okay.
That was okay. The FN 5.7 by 28. Can that gun shoot 40 caliber bullets?
No.
How about a 45 FN 45 caliber handgun? Could that shoot 40 caliber bullets?
The diameter is larger. However, the head spacing would likely not work correctly.
And it would also leave different lanes and grooves.
Yes.
than a Glock 40
It would
caliber
leave
handgun.
different lanes and grooves than a Glock 40 caliber handgun.
She's proving it's not Shannon's
Shannon's
gun.
Redirect. All right, thank you for your time. You may step down. Do you have another witness that's in line? Okay, go ahead. Great. I mean, as long as, let's get the next one.
Yes, Your Honor.
We
State
won't be
calls
here at 8 p.m., but go ahead.
Mr. R. Walters to the stand.
Mr. R. Walter. Well, that was interesting. The tool mark an analyst, the shit science analyst, went in there by the prosecution in an attempt to prove that it was Shannon's gun. Shannon did it. And instead, no, it wasn't. None of the guns found among Shannon Stillwell's properties or alleged properties, it's not that gun that shot that, yeah.
Russell Walters, RUSSELLWALTERS.
How are you doing, sir?
Find yourself.
Doing well, sir. Thank you. Can you tell the jury where you used to, or let me ask you this, are you retired now?
Yes, I know.
Where did you used to work?
The city of East Point.
What did you do in the city of East Point?
I was a 911 manager.
And how long were you the 911 manager?
10 years.
And was that documenting or reviewing CAD reports and 911 calls?
Yes, sir.
And are CAD reports and 911 calls kept in the regular course of business at East Point?
Yes, sir.
And is this East Point Police Department 911 calls or CAD reports?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your duties, would you review those for being kept in the common business practices of East Point PD?
Correct.
And before testifying here today, did you have the opportunity to review or listen to a 911 audio and an associated CAD report connected with a March 17, 2022 incident?
I did.
Now I'm going to approach you
March 17.
with,
Is this the supposed car chase? Yeah, the state is losing. I mean, Mr. Short is
what's been
still
marked as states.
preparing for his case in chief or his closing argument, I believe.
Exhibit. (339) Victor Victor and 339 Victor Victor Alpha. And with the disc, sir, were you able to initial that after reviewing it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I was.
And is that the disc that you reviewed?
Yes, sir.
And is that the CAD report you reviewed?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 339 Victor Victor and 339 Victor Victor Alpha.
Those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, starting with and I'm going to publish the CAD report, which is 339 VVA.
Yes, sir.
What is the date? March 17th, 2022.
Yes, sir, it is.
Can you explain for the jury with this CAD report, where's the location?
It'll be right here, 25 or 2954 Middle Up Drive.
And who was the caller?
So Michael Sias.
And does it
Sorry
say?
if I said that wrong.
No, that's all right. And what about the nature of the call or the purpose? It should be coming up in just 1 minute.
It was an information report by Signal 39, which is, excuse me, I have to find it myself now.
It's back up now. That helps.
Okay. It's right here, information report officer.
And you said signal 69, is that a firearm? 39?
Yes, sir. 69 is a firearm.
And I'm going to scroll down some. What time did this call come in?
I'm sorry, it's sort of hard to.
That's all right, sir. And
The caller was received at 1636, 436.
it was a 911 call?
Yes, sir, it was.
And when you look at the note sections in the middle of page 1, we're going to get there. What does the notes indicate?
Now you're talking about here?
We will be there in just 1 second.
I know what you're talking about.
There we go.
Right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's in reference to a found firearm in the grass.
And that's the signal 69?
Yes, sir.
And is that disc the 911 call that's associated with this CAD report that we just walked through on March 17, 2022 at 4:36 p.m.?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to publish 339 Victor Victor at this time.
All right.
Okay. The guy walking finding the gun. Hi, Farrell. No, this trial will not go on for the rest of the time. The state has 14 or 13 more witnesses in their case in chief.
East Point, and I found a gun just sitting out on the street.
So where'd you find it at?
Metal Lark Drive.
Where's
It's sitting by. I'm standing in my driveway looking down where the gun is at.
Okay, what's the address? Give me the address for a car street.
2954 Metal Lark Drive. And my wife said she saw the police out here earlier. I was walking my dog and the gun just sitting just in the grass.
Can you tell what kind of gun it is?
I walked past the gun and came on home. Figured I'd call y'all.
If you keep an eye on it, I don't want nobody to come back and get it before we can get there.
Okay.
Okay, what's your name?
My name is Michael Sias, Syass.
All right, we got him coming.
All right, I'll be standing out here just watching.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
East Point Police Fire 94.
Thank you, sir. No further questions from the state at this time.
All right.
Any questions? No, All right, thank you for your time. You're excused for your next witness.
Okay. Unnecessary because
Investigator David Clifner.
Those are admitted. Let's get them back up here with the call reporter, please. Coming up to the stand.
Detective
First name is
Whitmer.
David. Last name is Clickner. That's
Clickner.
DAVID CLICKNER.
Good afternoon, Investigator Clickner. Where are you employed?
At the City of East Point Police Department here in East Point, Georgia.
Okay. And how long have you been employed with East Point PD?
Approximately 12 years.
What unit are you assigned to?
I'm currently in the Field Operations Division.
On or about March 17, 2022, what unit were you assigned to?
I was in the Special Operations Unit.
Now, can you tell the jury your role and responsibilities while assigned to the Special Operations Unit?
It's primarily drug investigations, but based on the needs of the department, we do a little bit of everything.
Okay. And were you post-certified during that time?
Yes.
Now, on or about March 17, 2022, did you respond to a 2954 Metal Arc Drive in East Point?
I did.
Okay. Please tell the jury the nature of that call.
It's in reference to a resident that found a handgun on the side of the road. We had just previously had a vehicle pursuit that ended adjacent to where the handgun was located. So I responded out there to recover the handgun.
Okay. And upon arrival, did you speak with the Michael Saez?
I did.
All right. Now, without telling me what he told you, did Mr. Saez give you detailed information regarding the location of the gun?
He did.
Okay. And where was the gun located?
It was just several feet off the roadway, adjacent to a like a utility easement where some power lines run.
Okay. Did you collect the gun?
I just photographed the gun, and then I made contact with Detective Belknap of the Atlanta Police Department. He's the one that came out and actually collected it.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Investigator Klickner, I am now showing you, you can turn those over, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 404, Victor Victor, through 407, Victor Victor. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
These are the photographs that I took of the gun, where it was positioned.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the gun laying in the location you found it that day?
It is.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state moves to admit 404 Victor Victor to 407 Victor Victor.
Thank you, those are admitted.
Okay. Permission to publish. Now going to publish 404 Victor Victor. And Investigator Klickner, can you orient the jury what's depicted in
404
Victor
state
Victor?
case not found?
Yes. Next to that utility pole, just left of it, several feet into the grass, is where the gun is laying. It's the handgun itself, and then it's a magazine laying next to it.
Okay.
Okay, so apparently two guns were picked up that day.
This is a slightly closer photograph of the same thing.
Oh.
And 406 Victor Victor.
It's a gun.
And again, this is a close-up photograph of the firearm.
And 407 Victor Victor.
And that's a photograph, an attempted photograph of the serial number.
Okay. Do you know what type of gun that is?
That is a FN handgun.
And Detective Klickner, did you prepare a report in this case?
I did.
Okay. Court's indulged for a brief moment, Your Honor.
Shannon's ex will be the next witness. And oh, yeah, I can't wait to hear from her.
Nothing further.
Hello, sir.
Hey, afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. You identified the gun that you collected on Meadowlark Lane on the side of the road as a FN handgun, right?
Yes.
What caliber is that FN handgun?
FN makes several, but this was a 45.
A 45, you said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you for your time, and you are excused. Do you have another witness that's not super long?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and call them.
The state of Taisha Alexander.
All right, thank you.
Here comes Shannon's ex-girlfriend. In completely unrelated, Kayla Bumpus is in the audience in the courtroom today. Put the sound on. I forgot her name. Come on, law and crime. Where's the sound? Where's the fucking sound? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Okay. All right now. Talk that talk. All right. How long have you known? You said you was one of the prettiest girls you ever had. All right. So does that mean y'all used to date?
Yes.
Okay. When did you?
So Shannon Stillwell. His ex is on the stand. Kayla Bumpus is in the audience, and she says to the entire audience that Shannon told her she's the prettiest girl he's ever had. Okay.
You all date?
Since 2021.
And are you all still dating now? Just yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay.
She doesn't know if they are still dating. Oh. Oh. Did somebody forget they got a new piece of tail?
Let me ask you this. Do you own guns?
Yes.
How many guns have you owned, or do you own currently?
Probably like 7, 6, I think.
Specifically, I want to ask you, have you ever owned an FN57 pistol?
Yes.
Do you remember when did you purchase that gun?
December.
December
I
of
don't
what
know.
year?
I don't remember the year.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity to look at the receipt from that purchase?
Earlier.
Okay. We're looking at a copy of that receipt. Have a refresh your memory as to what year and when you purchased that weapon?
Yes.
All right. Permission to approach your honor? Yeah. I'm going to show you what's been marked.
Ex-girlfriend witness is why the marriage certificate surfaced because, well, somebody had to do research and I got it sent to me. Oh boy. So this is Miss, I forgot her name, Shannon Stillwell's ex, who told her she is the prettiest girl he's ever been with or something of the sort. And she doesn't know if they're still dating.
State's Exhibit 425 BV. Tell me, do you recognize 425 BV?
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask you, does that look like a receipt from when you purchased an FN57?
Yes.
And I see that you're flipping through it. Does that look like the application you filled out when you went to go purchase your weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
And your mind, this time the state would like to admit 425 BV into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
Looking at 425 BV, what is the date of purchase?
December 23rd, 2021.
And do you see on that receipt a serial number or an SN number?
No, I don't know. Oh yeah, I see it.
What is the serial number listed on the receipt?
386-409-184.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 221 BV. It's going to be kind of tiny. I want you to tell me, do you see a serial number on 221 BV on the bottom?
Yes.
What is that serial number?
386-409-184.
Is that the same serial number that's on the receipt?
Yes, ma'am.
What color is that gun?
I think it's all black.
And does this look like the gun that you purchased?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you, and back in March of 2022, did you allow Shannon to use that gun?
No.
Did you ever give that gun to Shannon?
No.
Were you aware that he had possession of that gun?
No.
Do you know someone by the name of Demikion Garlington?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Demikion Garlington?
He dated my friend.
Do you know if he is a friend of Mr. Jackson
Yes, ma'am.
or Mr. Stillwell? Have you ever spoken to Demikion Garlington on his cellular phone?
Yes.
Have you ever spoken with Mr. Demikion Garlington in March of 2022 about you giving Mr. Stillwell that handgun?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
She said,
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know if you've ever spoken with him?
I spoke to him, but I don't know if I spoke to him about a gun.
Specifically on March 17th, 2022, do you recall speaking to Mr. Garlington about that gun being in Mr. Shannon Stillwell's possession?
I don't remember.
Do you remember ever speaking to Mr. Garlington about the fact that Mr. Stillwell had been arrested on March 17th, 2020?
After
Yes
he
or
got,
no?
oh, I don't know. No,
Or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
And in that call, do you remember telling Demikion Garlington that the gun he had would be a clean gun because you gave him that gun?
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
I want to take you to March 14th, 2022. Did you ever go to an Alamo rental car facility?
I think they need to stack the hallway outside of the courtroom with security. I think this lady needs, yeah. I wish I was there. I honestly wish I was there. I would have not done anything. I would have a stone face pretending I didn't notice.
Facility at the airport with Shannon to rent a vehicle?
Yes,
And who was the renter of the vehicle?
it was me, but we had to switch it because I don't have a credit card. So, Shannon.
So did Shannon rent the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 188 VV and 189 VV. First, looking at 188 VV, is that you inside that vehicle?
It looked like me.
And what type of car did y'all rent in March of 2022?
I don't know.
Do you remember renting a white Audi vehicle?
I didn't rent it.
Do you remember being with Mr. Stillwell Jackson when he rented the white Audi vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at this picture, 188 VV, does the car appear to have any tint on the vehicle at this time?
Probably. I don't know. I don't know. It looked like it on the back.
Are you able to see inside of the car through the glass?
Ma'am.
I'm sorry to hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Pull that mic over to you and try to talk directly into it if you don't mind for us.
And is that Mr. Stillwell Jackson sitting next to you in the passenger seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in March of 2022, where were you living?
I'm still.
And specifically around March 14, 2022, were you and Mr. Jackson staying in any hotels in the Douglasville area of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when you began staying in hotels in the Douglasville area?
I don't remember the day.
How long were you staying in hotels?
We was staying in a hotel since March 9th.
March 9th. Why were you staying in hotels since March 9th of 2022?
Because these girls tried to rob me.
Did you know who these girls were?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if these girls were affiliated with any gang?
I don't know.
You said you started staying there on March 9th, 2022. Do you remember if you stayed at the hotels a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Do you remember at all?
It was like 3 hotels. It was. Oh, you want me to keep going?
You stayed at 3 different hotels.
Yes, ma'am.
Over the course of how long? 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Do you remember?
It was probably like until he got locked up.
On March 17th. Okay. Course intelligence. For Damikion Garlington, did you have a nickname that you called him?
Scarface.
Any other nickname?
I didn't call him that, but I know his other nickname.
What's that?
Lil D.
And then did you call him Jackson or Stillwell?
Both.
Okay. Does he have a nickname?
Babe.
Oh, that's okay. That's your nickname. All right. That's fair. That's fair. Did you ever hear people call him SB?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in March of 2022, did you have a vehicle that you owned?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type of vehicle is that?
Scat Pack Charger.
And did Mr. Jackson have a vehicle that he owned in March of 2022?
We shared a car.
And was that you shared that Charger?
Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Oh. There are implications that there is a Charger is the third car in that video or involved in some other crimes.
Miss Alexandra, good afternoon. Hey, we've met before, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me start out with, I'm not trying to embarrass you, okay? In your relationship with Shannon from 2021 to when he was arrested, were there issues, thank you, with infidelity?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. My messed up. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, Shannon, you dog.
2 times.
You said 2 times?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And at some point throughout your relationship, had you gone through his phone?
Yes.
Okay. When you went through his phone, you were looking for other women that he was messing with, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did he openly let you look at his phone? Or was he protective of his phone?
He wasn't there when I looked in it.
Okay.
So he gave me the password.
Let me ask you this. When he was arrested on March 17, 2022, did you have interest in looking at his phone to see what he had going on?
No, I didn't have his phone.
No, I didn't say, did you have his phone? I know you didn't have his phone.
Oh, did I
What-
want to?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So March 17, 2022, you want, one of the things you want to do is look at his phone
Yes.
and what he has going on inside his phone.
Yes, sir.
All right. Cool. Now, you said something interesting on direct about being robbed. When were you robbed?
What day?
Yes.
Like the 9th, 10th?
March 9th or 10th of 2022?
I think it was March 9th.
March 9th of 2022? Okay. And Ms. Alexander, at that time, you were working in a cash industry, correct? And by that, I mean you would get paid in cash and you would tend to have cash on you, correct?
I dance.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So at that time, you were a dancer?
Dance.
Okay. And as a dancer, you get paid cash?
Dancer?
Okay. And that robbery happened at night, correct?
Yes, sir.
Shannon wasn't with you when you got robbed?
No.
Okay. And this robbery.
I didn't get robbed. They tried to rob me.
They tried to rob you. I'm sorry. They did try to rob you. And this attempted robbery, this is all on video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And people hid out and waited for you to walk down a hallway, and then they charged you with weapons, correct?
They charged me? They charged at me?
Yeah, they charged at you.
Yes.
Okay. And because you were being robbed, you
shot him.
Shot at them.
Shot her.
Oh, you shot her. Okay. All right. Now, ultimately, the people that were trying to rob you on that video were charged, correct?
Yes, sir.
By the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were never charged because you were acting in self-defense.
Yeah, I didn't get charged.
Okay. But on March 9th of 2022, after someone tried to rob you and take your money from you, you became concerned for your safety, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You became concerned that people were looking out for you, correct?
Yeah, clearly.
You were concerned that people were going to try to, for some reason, get revenge on you, even though all you were doing was defending yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And beginning on March 9th, 2022, you started having concerns about people being able to know what kind of car you were driving, correct?
Yes.
And knowing where you lived, correct?
Yes.
And that was all stemming from the March 9th, 2022 incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after the March 9th, 2022 incident, you certainly let Shannon know about what happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you decided, even though you had a Scat Pack Charger, that's a fancy car, right?
Yeah.
Even though and that Scat Pack Charger had tinted windows, did it not?
The worst tint you could get.
The darkest tint you could get.
Yeah.
Okay, but even though you had that Scat Pack Charger with the tinted windows, you decided that you needed to get a rental, correct?
Hell yeah.
And you went and got a rental shortly after March 9th, 2022, correct?
Yeah, like, I don't know if it was the next day. I can't remember.
Okay, and do you remember where you got your rental from?
On Thornton Road, but I think it was Enterprise.
Okay. I beg the court's indulgence just for a moment. And what kind of car did you get, if you recall?
It was like a SUV or something. I don't remember that. I don't know.
And that was to switch it up in case someone from the March 9th incident was coming
Follow
to
it.
harm you.
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's also why you got a hotel room, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, around this time, actually a couple of days later, Shannon also got a rental, correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
And he walked right into the store with you, and you guys dealt with the cashier, and he gave over his ID and his payment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you about your Scat Pack. Even to this day, you had that car until recently, correct?
I still got it.
Okay, you still have it. Even to this day, you've continued to get that car wrapped, correct?
Every 3 months.
Every 3 months, you get the car wrapped. What is wrapping a car?
The car color orange, but I keep switching it up.
Okay.
Keep getting a different color.
And why do you keep getting a different color?
Cause I don't know who them girls was.
Right. So even to this day, you keep switching the colors of your car that you own.
Yeah.
Just to keep yourself safe.
Yes, sir.
And you got those windows tinted to keep yourself safe.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let me ask you about tint. You've gotten tint on cars before.
Every car I get.
Okay. When you go and get tint, and when they install the tint, do they tell you not to roll down your window for 24 to 48 hours?
Yes.
Okay. And if you roll down your window within that time, it can cause the tint to be damaged or bubble up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were to get tint on, say, March 14th of 2022, that tint, those windows are not to be rolled down in order to protect the tint, correct?
Oh, Max probably already knew this, but I did send him the tint, the 48-hour tint thing. So I'm taking credit, but I assume he already knew this.
Yes.
And if they are rolled down, you could see bubbling in the tint, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One last thing, Ms. Alexander, and I appreciate you being here. I'm going to take you back to March 14th of 2022. Do you remember early in the morning of March 15th, reaching out to Shannon to tell him about news that you had learned about a shooting in Mechanicsville?
Yes.
Okay. And did you reach out to tell Mr. Stillwell about that shooting, or did Mr. Stillwell reach out to tell you about that shooting?
I told him.
Okay. And tell me how you found out about that shooting so quickly.
On this girl page, she was riding past.
Say one more time.
On this girl page, she was riding past.
Okay. So
But it was on Instagram.
I understand your answer as a girl that you know was riding past Windsor Street and saw the police out there?
Yeah, it was police out there.
Okay. And then this person reached out or put it on Instagram. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
and then it was, yeah.
Okay. By the early morning hours of March 15th, it was not a secret that a shooting had occurred on Windsor Street, was it?
No, it was all over Instagram.
Okay. And you were concerned about Shannon's safety, correct?
Yeah.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
You talked about your car, the cars that you get, you tint all of your cars, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those your personal vehicles?
Yeah.
Not your rental vehicles?
No.
You talked about renting a vehicle probably right after March 9th at the Enterprise. Is that fair? What kind of car did you rent at the Enterprise?
I don't remember.
What was it?
Like
SUV?
yeah.
Did you ever get tints on that SUV?
No.
And you kind of frowned up your face. Why'd you do that?
Ain't my car.
So safe to say you wouldn't get tints on a car that's not yours.
Not my car.
Now, when you went with Shannon to get the Audi, did you ever go with him to get tints on the Audi?
Nope.
And you frowned up your face again. Why'd you do that?
I just didn't go with him.
Now, when the Audi was rented, was that for you to drive, for Shannon to drive? What was the purpose of renting the Audi?
It was really for both of us because I was returning my car.
And we say you returning your car, is that SUV?
Yeah, I was supposed to get the rental car.
Did Shannon ever tell you that he was going to get tints put on the Audi?
I don't remember.
After driving the Audi out of the rental facility, where did you go?
To my car,
Which car is that?
my charger.
Where was the Charger at?
At the airport.
So did you drive the Charger to the airport? And then you all picked up the Audi from the airport?
What? Yeah. I was following him.
If you were in your Charger, before you get to the airport, if you're in the Charger, what car was Mr. Jackson driving?
The rental car.
The SUV.
We
Is
was
that-
going. Yeah, we was going to return it, but we didn't know if we could get a car, so we didn't want to be stranded there. We couldn't get it.
Okay. So you take the SUV and return the SUV to the Enterprise at the airport, and then you go to the Alamo to go rent the Audi
At the airport.
at the airport. All right. Once you drive out of the airport rental facility in the Audi, and you get back into your Charger, do you ever drive that Audi again?
Probably around Douglasville or something. I don't know. I don't remember.
The robbery that happened on March 9th, where did that occur?
Mechanicsville.
In Mechanicsville? Were you staying in Mechanicsville at the time?
No.
Where were you when the robbery took place?
Hmm?
Where were you?
In the stairway.
Of where? An apartment, a house?
Apartment.
Whose apartment?
My friend.
Do you know any individuals who are members or associates of YFN, the Young Fly N-Words gang?
Yeah.
Okay. Who?
I stayed over there.
You stayed over at Summerhill?
Yeah.
When did you stay in Summerhill?
Since 2018.
Do you know a person, I might pronounce the name wrong, Teedrick Glass?
I heard of him.
Have you ever met him?
Hmm?
Have you ever met him?
We had something going on.
Did that mean y'all kind of dated or something like that at one point? All right. Now, Mr. Shar asked you about notifying Mr. Stillwell about the shooting in Mechanicsville on March 14th, or the early morning hours on March 15th. Do you remember him asking you about that?
Yeah.
Okay. When you spoke with Mr. Stillwell, did he ever tell you that he was in the Mechanicsville area around 10 o'clock p.m. that night?
I don't remember that.
Did he ever tell you that that night he was at the BP gas station at around 10 o'clock p.m., the BP gas station in Mechanicsville?
No.
When you spoke to Mr. Stillwell that morning in the early morning hours, do you know where he was?
Studio.
Do you know where the studio is?
No.
Do you know if he was with anyone?
No.
Let me ask you, do you know if he was with Demikion Garlington at all the day on March 14, 2022?
No.
Okay. Court's indulgence for a moment.
Yeah, whatever you were fishing for, Miss Hilton,
Did you
didn't
know
work.
Christian McMiller and Darius Ford?
No.
Or McMahon or Big?
No.
Court's indulgence.
Yeah, whatever you were fishing for, I don't think it worked.
Mr. Shar asked you about when you get tinted windows, you can't roll down the windows. Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Does that prevent you from opening up the door?
No.
So you can still open up the door even though you have tints on the window.
Yeah.
I know.
Is now the claim that somehow Mr. Stillwell thought of his tinted windows, so he opened the driver's side door to shoot. Oh, this is so stupid. What a stretch.
Ms. Alexander, you indicated, I think, that Mr. Stillwell was in the studio in the early morning hours of March 15th, 2022, correct?
That's like 2, 3 in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And in your experience dating Mr. Stillwell was trying to start a rap career. Isn't that fair?
He was making a song about me.
He was making songs about you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure they were lovely. So how many days a week or nights a week would you say
Every day.
he was in the studio?
Every day.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Thank you for your time, Ms. Alexander. You are excused. Did y'all see even
Oh.
one more witness? And if so, is it somebody really short or? How do we feel, jury? We want to use the bathroom. Do we then want to break for the day or come back and knock out another witness? Break for the day. All right. I'm with you there. Okay. All right. We'll see y'all at 9 in the morning. Thank you.
Okay, that was interesting. They managed to get, or was it 9 or 10 witnesses today, making only 12 witnesses for the rest of the week. Oh, I can't believe the prosecution tried to say, does it prevent you from opening the door? What kind of stupid question is that? And the video, I've been watching it over and over again. There's no door opening. There's no door being opened. This is so stupid. The stretch on this prosecution. The absolute tomfoolery. Okay, let's see if something is going on in the final minutes here. No, Jersey Jam, we will not get to closing arguments by Friday. We will get to the defense case in chief. Probably with the amount of witnesses, there's only 12 left for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's 4 a day. But then Miss White Burrito, or Burrito, is probably going to take some time to testify. So probably the state will be done Friday, and then it is motions and stuff, probably Monday or even Monday and Tuesday regarding directed verdict and everything. And then it's the defense case in chief. I do believe that Judge Whitaker will remove a bunch of the overt acts and everything, because she has really been on the prosecution about those. But you never know. Okay, let's play these final minutes here.
Okay, as to the
Okay. LTO Axer, what is a directed verdict? A directed verdict is a motion that happens in most trials after the prosecution's case in chief, where the defense argue that the prosecution has not provided enough evidence to reach a certain level. Now, in most states, it is barely a hurdle to get over. It is extremely rare, but in most jurisdictions, you need to do it to preserve it for appeal. And it is about, judge, not enough evidence or no evidence whatsoever. You can make the call from the bench and throw that out. That is basically a directed verdict. All right, let's listen to the final minutes here.
two stipulations, Ms. Weaver's going to do y'all a favor and give you a rough of what y'all said, and that way y'all can have it when you're putting together the written stipulation. Okay, I know we didn't get around to dealing with the potential.
I have no idea who William
limiting
Clinton is.
instruction and sorting out
Unless
what all
in the
came
former
in the way of
president.
guilty pleas. So why don't we all plan to be here at 8:30 in the morning, and we'll try to get through all of that. Is there anything else anybody needs to put on the record before we break for the night? All right, thanks. See y'all at 8:30.
All right, so nothing. But she will meet them at 8:30 tomorrow. Now, tomorrow will probably be for me a recap. I will probably start even later tomorrow. I have tons to do at work tomorrow. Oh, wow. So the final witness today is Shannon Stillwell's ex, who in court said she's the prettiest thing he ever dated, who also stated that he made songs about her. All while Kayla Bumpus was in the audience. And she don't know if they have stopped dating. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Other than that, complete horse shit from the prosecution today. They tried to allege in the beginning, in the first witness, that the crime she was testifying about, he or she, whatever, was a thing that Mr. Stillwell was accused of. But as it turned out, it was crimes committed on YSL. On YSL, not the other way around. And then a few useless witnesses back and forth, a lot of cops about the same car chase where they found guns, and then the toolmark analyst who more or less proved for the defense that none of the guns in Shannon Stillwell's vicinity matched the bullets found at the drinks crime scene. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah. So almost 6 hours later, we are finally done for today. Now, let's go into here and say thank you to Brooklyn for gifting a membership. Thank you to Brandon Lesko. What's Detective 68's name? That was Detective Shortpecker or something. And Tracy Fagan, thank you so much. Sounds like a crappy battery. Yeah, if Shannon's ankle bracelet had to be recharged every 2 weeks, it's a real crappy battery. But more important, the battery was functioning at the time of the Drinks murder. No weapon for me, against, yeah. Gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Steve Keat gifted 5 memberships, and then Tracy Fagan with $5. If I'm on a jury, can I share that this is junk science? If you're allowed to ask questions and you formulate it neutrally, then I can't give you that advice, but I can't stop you from asking. Okay. Thank you to the guys over at Rumble. Thank you so much for hanging in here the entire stream. Thank you for you over at X also for hanging in here all the hours. And thank you guys here at YouTube. Thank you all. Thank you for allowing me to do this. Thank you for the thumbs up, the monetary support, and thank you for being here. And remember, folks, hug your family. Unless your family is crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
In the courthouse where time stood still, generations pass on the hill. Prosecutors come and go, defense attorneys putting on a show. Old district attorney thought she was tight, came in to visit her tonight. They said justice was blinded by her sins. As the trial spun, no one wins. Endless trial like a river flows. Truth and lies nobody knows. Corruption split tight as a vice. In this endless trial we pay the price.